dental checkup. Take control of your dental health to...
Information Man Show.
Information is power. You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tell the truth.
All right, I see we got some great people in the chat room already. We got Brother Keith, Jasmine's in the house, Angela is in the house, the minister is in the house, Yolanda Perkins is in the house, Ashmole is in the house. Maggie Roster is in the house. Oracle is in the house. The Information Man Show. Yes.
Information is power.
Gotta wake up the people with the bell. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Welcome to the Information Man Show. The Information Man Show. Tell the truth is what we do over here. Tell the truth. Yes.
Tell the truth. Information is
power. Peace. Information is power. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Like I said earlier today, I was going to come back on live. Look, I appreciate everybody that's in the chat room that's come in. I'll do the best I can tonight to slow things down just a little bit so that I can catch who's coming into the chat room. I suspect we'll have a small crowd tonight. It's late across the country. I'm in the West Coast, so I'm probably going to pick up a lot of people that are in the West Coast, maybe Central Time. People on the East Coast are either sleeping, but it's the weekend. What are people doing sleeping anyway? You should be up, enjoying your time. Let me say this because I didn't have a chance to say this earlier when I had the young brother on for the interview. And I know it was a very polarizing interview, but I definitely wanted to talk to him, pick his head about a few things around those issues that we talked about when I interviewed the young man, Red Sings the Blues. So check that out for yourself if you would like. That's another video that I went live with today. This is probably the first time I've done this in a long time where I've had bonus content back to back like this in the same day. Usually I like to go live and let my content sort of spread itself out over the coming days and weeks. But I thank everybody for being here. What I'm going to ask you to do, everybody, if you could go ahead and subscribe to the channel. If you are a new person here, hit the bell of notification if you could. I definitely would appreciate that as well. This is how we do it over here. I want to thank everybody for watching. If you are watching the program right wherever you are in the world, wherever you may be, I appreciate everybody who's watching out there. And for those of you that are content creators, share the video in your community tab, possibly share it in your social media. It's how you grow channels. Everybody that's in the chat, that's in that chat room right now, that essentially is a content creator themselves. this is something that you should tell everyone that follows your channel, that enjoys your content, to share it, because that's how your channel becomes more discoverable, because we know that YouTube jives around with, how can I say this? YouTube plays around with the notifications. You could have a lot of people who would love to watch you live and participate in the chat room, who can't do it because YouTube notifications suck to high heaven. And that's just the truth.
Tell the truth.
100% true. But it is what it is. We get around it the best we can. We got a lot of new subscribers to the channel, so I want to welcome them, and all the old school subscribers, folks that's been with me since day one, and folks that's been with me for quite some time. Here's a clap to you. Put that back up there like so. So I thank you. So what I'm going to do from time to time, I'm going to turn this way, because I'll be looking at the computer screen over here for folks that's in the chat room. I'll be looking square at this computer that I have here, where I do have a way within my streaming system to be able to see who's coming in. Sometimes in my streaming system, it moves slow where I'm missing people's names. So anybody that I don't shout out for whatever reason, it's not personal. I don't have any animosity towards anybody. Sometimes when I'm focusing on the content, you're going to miss some people. So once again, we got Jasmine in the house. The oracles come in the house. Let me see if I can catch anybody else over here. The minister's in the house. He said, if it doesn't benefit you, do it because it's the right thing if you believe in the message. Hey, minister, aka brother Extreme, you're telling the truth. That's what I try to do. I felt that, and the reason why I felt like I had to do this tonight, because I didn't want too many days to get past, because I'm in California and we got this election coming up. And let me just tell you, let me just get into it right now as I get into the content, and as well try to get into participation of those in the chat room that are listening and spending of their time, because I really appreciate that. We're talking about Larry Elders. Now, I did a video on him on the second channel, which is my smaller channel, growing over there very steadily. I go live over there quite a bit, even more than I do over here, because I'm trying to build that channel up as well. I have a different style and a different look on that channel in terms of the graphics, the look. Check it out. You'll love it. And I did a video on Larry Elders, because this is a man who is dangerous for California. Now, let me just keep it right steady for everybody right here. I don't technically believe in the Democrats. You heard me, the Democrats, or the Republican Klan. The Republican Klan, ladies and gentlemen, we got to it, because I got my arms out like this, right? They're the same bird of two wings. See, the Republicans screw you with no Vaseline. The Democrats screw you without Vaseline. So when it comes to the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, he has been a nuisance, meaning he's got problems. And this reminds me of what has happened in California before, when you had a recall. We had a recall some years ago, I remember. And the Republicans sneaked in through the back door, because there was a Republican candidate who put a lot of money out there to get himself elected, but he didn't get nominated. But it opened the door for "I'll be back" Schwarzenegger, who has a hard time with English. But we all grew up watching Schwarzenegger and all those Terminator movies and what have you, Predator movies, and we fell in love with him. We elected him in California not once but twice, which was laughable, because we are taken back by celebrity, by people who have this status. And I got to be honest with you, in the kind of work that I do, he really went after Schwarzenegger and the Republicans. They went after teachers, unions, people who work for the state, federal government, really went after those unions, because those unions, whether you like unions or not, on the flip side of it, unions do help you improve your opportunity for wages. And so this has happened before. Gavin Newsom, I believe, is getting hit with this recall in California because of the virus, dare I say the virus, ladies and gentlemen, because people never really appreciated that he sort of locked things down in California where we couldn't go out. There was all these different rules. Well, you could go out and go shopping. You can go to the park, but you just couldn't go to your bars, your clubs, all those sort of things where you gather a lot of people. So a lot of people weren't happy about that, particularly the Republicans or the conservatives in California who have been trying. They've been bouncing at the bits to get control of California once again, because California is pretty dominated by the Democrats. Now, what Larry Elder always says, and let me just put this Negro right up in front of me, is that, well, California has high costs, homelessness. Wait a minute, Negro, and everybody out there listening. California, as long as I have lived here for a great part of my life, one, California has always had high costs when it comes to living and has always had expensive housing. One of the reasons why is because way back when, some of you in the chat room probably weren't even born. I remember this as a young kid. California, Minister, you probably remember this. You old school, brother. California had a thing called Proposition 13. And Proposition 13 was a situation where they wanted to tax homeowners, and the homeowners were not happy about that. And in Proposition 13, a lot of recreational programs and parks lost a lot of money. So people weren't willing to vote for more measures that was going to put more property tax on them in California. And so as a result of that, housing went up because we're a heavily populated state. So there's a demand on housing. There's a demand on jobs. Things are high. Expenses are high. Well, guess what? Every governor we've ever had, Republican or Democrat, we've still had high rent. We've had poor rent control measures. I lived in San Francisco. As long as I can remember, we've always had homelessness. Matter of fact, a lot of you may not know this, that a lot of the homelessness that we have in the Bay Area, or in San Francisco in particular, comes from people who come outside of the community, outside of the area, and they come to the city because of the resources there. Oh, there was even a situation in the Bay Area where they found out that there were police officers who were taking homeless people out of their community, driving them and dropping them off right in the San Francisco area, Oakland area. Oh, yes. Y'all think I'm laughing about this? No, it's not funny. It is the goddamn truth. Not playing with y'all tonight. It was the truth. That's what's been going on in California, but nobody talks about that. Oh, I did a story about the situation in Oakland, Oaktown. I lived in Oakland as well for 10 years. Shout out to the people from the town. There were black women in West Oakland. I've walked those grounds before, who were living in what I call a boarded up or vacant house that the city wasn't doing anything with because there's homelessness, and they were trying to live a life. And the police brought riot gear and all these things in Oakland to force women out of a building, out of a house, actually, to be quite honest with you. So this homeless problem is not just an issue. It's all across the country. But you use people like Larry Elder, the buck dancer. Look, he used to be black, folks. Look at his afro. He used to be a brother man at one point in time. Oh, God. Who do we have? We got Craig R. in the house. The minister is in the house saying facts. Real Aaron Collins is in the house. Jasmine is still rocking with us. Carolina's coming in strong. Victoriously is in the house. She's a beautiful sister in the chat room. Say what's up to her. Angelicia got a beautiful avatar as well. Say hello to her as well. We got Keith in the house. We got Black Light is in the house. Thank you for being here. I'm looking over here. No disrespect to you folks that are looking me center here. We got Yolanda, as I said before. We got Dope Action Big Facts in the house. And so like I said, we got a small crowd. There's 37 people. Would have liked it. I probably should have did this earlier today, but a lot of competition out there. Honors was doing his thing about the block party that Umar had, and hey, he did his thing out there with that block party, but the block party doesn't equal, as I said earlier today, a school opening. It does not. But wait a minute, let me stay on topic. So at one point in time, Larry Elder from Compton, he's from Compton, so he says, I mean, I know brother minister is from the Southern California area. Maybe he could tell me better. Is the brother really from Compton, because he claims to be from Compton? But I guess he is from Compton. At one time, he had an afro. And at one time, it appeared that he was a brother man. But what we've learned is that appearances can be fake. Never go by what people look like. Like now, most of you will look at me, for example. And let's just keep this real. This has been my experience, ladies and gentlemen, growing up. Let me just put something up here. I'm going to take my time tonight. I'm going to slow down. Sometimes I notice when I do these streams, I'll start talking real fast. And that's when my words or pronunciation doesn't come out right when I'm going too fast. So I'm going to slow it down a little bit. I'm sure that you all will appreciate that as well. And let me put this back up here. So when you look at me, you say, oh, Info looks like he's sort of a corny guy. He's probably a square dude. Look, I didn't grow up in no Richie background. I grew up in some hard places, you know. I lived in Oaktown. I lived in the Fillmore area, the Hunters Points. I've got friends all over the Bay Area. I've walked some hard streets, and I've grown up in some hard streets. So don't let my look fool you. So you never should go by people's looks and assume, well, he looks this kind of way, so he must be like this real soft kind of dude. You don't know my walk. All right. And I deal with guys, and I know I say this, but I got to keep it real. I deal with gang members every day in my career. So I counsel brothers that are in the prison system, all different gangs. I talk to them. I'm in classes working with them, what have you, encouraging them. So I'm not one of these dudes that's stuffy, feel I'm better than anybody, that, you know, I'm pritsy, nothing like that. Don't have that kind of background. The reason why I'm saying this is because you can't always judge a cover by the book, the cover by its book. You have to judge people by their actions. So even though at one point in time, Larry Elder appeared to have the soul brother look, soul brother #1 look at one time, it doesn't mean that he is a soul brother to be, because he's a conservative. And look, I'm not going to say that you can't be a conservative as a black person. So when I'm talking about black conservatives tonight, I'm not talking about black conservatives like Larry. I'm talking about black conservatives that are proud to be black. They understand history. They are conservative. Now, this is a misnomer that I must put out right here. A lot of times on the YouTube streets, you will have cats that will say, well, you know, black people have always been conservative. That's true. But we've been conservative socially within our family structure. We weren't technically conservative politically, although there were black Republicans, because the Republican Party sort of, how can I say this? They kind of used us to push the agendas that they wanted, right? At one point in time in the history, black people did vote Republican because the Democratic Party was what? The party of the Dixiecrats, right? Tell the goddamn truth, right? The Dixiecrats, right? But remember, the Dixiecrats jumped from the Democratic Party over to the Republican Party, because the Republicans like to always say, well, you're a member of the Democrats, which were the Dixiecrats. No, the Dixiecrats jumped right over to the Republican Party. And now in the Republican Party today, you don't know what the hell they are, because they've been taken over by the quote 45 element. So when we hear people talk about black folks have conservative values, yes, our conservative values were not political values. They were more about family values. We had to be conservative in our values based on what we went through, from slavery to Reconstruction, so on and so forth. So we had to conserve what we fucking had, right? Now, Larry Elders from, as he said, he's from Compton. This is a brother who grew up and was told certain lessons from his father and what have you. And oftentimes he likes to put these lessons of what his father taught him on us. Okay. Now, some out there would say, well, you're getting ready to shame this brother. Why we keep talking about black men? Well, I'm going to talk about black men if they're doing things that I think is a detriment to us as black people. And I'm going to tell the truth on that.
Tell the truth.
Now, I do get on this program, on this platform. I've gotten all over the mayonnaise man. Oh, I'll get all over the white man. I'll call them out. People will tell you, look at my catalogs on my content on this page. You will see where I've taken it straight to them, call them out. We'll call them what they are. We'll break it down. Oh, yes, I have. But Larry Elders, this is the hypocrisy of Larry Elders. Now, he got all bent out of shape because they came out with an article. I think it was Time magazine, Time newspaper, what have you. I think Joy Reid had some things to say about him. They called him the black face of white supremacy. And Larry Elder got all bent out of shape about that, ladies and gentlemen. But guess what? They also called Barack Obama. They also called him the first black president in a white president in blackface. So they called Obama a white president in blackface, and now they call you, Larry Elders. They're calling you a blackface for white supremacy, because this is a man, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just break down his background and his record. Let me just break some things down about him. Larry Elder, I want you guys to know this right now. One, he does not believe that systemic racism, in terms of the racism when it comes to policing, that he believes that racism is a lie, just like on my thumbnail. He does not believe that racism is a big problem for black people. Now, he'll go into his diatribe about the biggest problem for the black community is the lack of there not being enough black fathers. And then he'll push out the narrative that black fathers there's about black young males are at a rate of 70% without their black fathers. Larry Elder says that systematic racism is a lie, just like I have on my thumbnail. He's a goddamn lie, because they came out with a new study from CDC, and I did it before, ladies. I'm going to take my time tonight. I'm taking my time tonight. I went over the study on this channel before. CDC did a study finding out that that's not true. That it's not true that 70% of black males, black young children, are without their fathers. That's not true. What the real study should show is that there are black men in the lives of black young men or black boys who either live in the household or don't live in the household. I think it's at 2.5 million black men who are actually in the lives of their kids, even if they don't live in a household. So often, if the father doesn't live in the household, people assume that, well, the black young male or the black boy, I hate that word boy because it has the racial connotation of the history when they would call grown-ass black men boys. That's what the mayonnaise man would do. That's true.
Tell the truth.
But it's not true. A lot of our kids have their fathers in their life, whether their father lives in a household or not. That's what Larry Elders does not get into. He'll give you these statistics. He'll give you all these things that are not true, right? Just like he said recently when he was on a program with Candace Owens, and I don't like her. I don't like her politics. I don't like the way she talks. I don't like her hypocrisy, because one of the problems I have with black conservatives, like Larry Elders, like Candace Owens, like the Jesse Lee Peterson, a damn man, a damn fool, who said that he's the inventor of White History Month. He chose June because he said, I don't know, June just seemed white. June just seemed just right. Yes, I'm the founder of White History Month. And I couldn't believe it. My man Rashad Ritchie from the Indisputed damn near was laughing and chuckling at Larry Elder. Not Larry Elder, but my man, oh, not my man, Jesse Lee Peterson, one of the biggest buck dancers in the business.
Tell the truth.
And so they had this conversation where Larry Elders had to say, well, you know, do we really want to talk about the issue of reparations when the fact of the matter is that there are white slave owners who deserve reparations too? And I say, oh my, what? You know, when he says things like that, it makes me think of Red Fox. Remember Red Fox? And what he would say to Lamont when Lamont would say dumb things? He would say things like this, folks. Here it goes. Here it goes.
You big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy. You big cold-blooded dummy. You big dummy. See what you did? Oh, no, you big dummy.
Oh, no, you big dummy.
You dummy.
Oh. Ooh, I'm coming to join you. Remember he used to say that? Yeah. So, you know, there's a word called educated fool. My mom used to always say he's an educated fool. I mean, he went to Ivy League schools, but just because you have, you know, formal education doesn't always mean you know what the hell you're talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to show you the video so that you can see it for yourself. But right now, he's pushing all these narratives. What is he doing? He's already telling Californians, I'm going to take away the mask mandate, or a mandate to have kids wear masks in school. Right now, he's also saying something that some people were definitely going to agree with in California. And that is he's pushing the narrative that he's going to make you getting vaccinated something that won't be mandatory. Now, a lot of people are probably going to vote for him because in the polls right now, it's an even thing. Gavin Newsom's got a lot of problems. There's even Democrats who are mad at Gavin Newsom. And there's a lot of people in California that are pissed off about the mandates that we've been under. They're pissed off about Gavin Newsom putting us on that lockdown once upon a time. They're just sick and tired of being sick and tired. And that's how this guy, Larry Elders, can creep in through the goddamn back door. Now, let me tell you something. Don't get it twisted. I would love to see a black governor. We've never had a black governor of California. It shows you how really liberal California really is. We've never had a black governor, yet they keep saying we're the most liberal state in the union. Laughable. We're not that goddamn liberal. Let me see who's in the chat room. If I'm missing anybody, I don't want anybody being upset with me because I want to make sure that I'm, let me see. We got Rob, a.k.a. BK's Finest in the house. Golden Melanin's in the house. Aries Queen is in the house. Jasmine's in the house. Black Light is in the house. Lady Legs is in the house. 75. Thank you for being here. Yonda is still rocking with me. The Minister, aka Extreme, is still rocking with me. The Great is still rocking in here. Asmord is still rocking with me. I'm not pronouncing that right, so I apologize for that. And who else came in the house that I might have missed? Oh, we got Kiki who came back. Thank you, Kiki, for coming back. We got a lot of great people in there. We got the mass media group. Oh, that's my man right there. God damn. I was out in, this is another thing. I'm trying to stay on track with my content here. We got my man in there from the mass media group. Check him out. Check out his channel because he's got a video on there. And I got some video footage I'm going to load up to my channel too, folks. But he's got a video on there when I went out to the state capitol in Sacramento and we were having a little rally for reparations. Now, it was a small number of us, which really is an embarrassment to black people. I'm saying this straight up because black people, we got to get, if we really want this thing to become a reality, if not only for us, do it for our future kids and generations, we got to be active. But we were out there, even in small numbers, beating the pavement about the issue of reparations. Okay. Larry Elder, since he came in, I'm glad you came in, brother. Thank you for being here. Larry Elders, and I got to mod you up too. I got to mod you up. I got other people that I'm going to mod up down the line that I've been seeing coming and rocking with the channel. So I've got my eyes on people that I'm going to be modding up soon, but I've known that brother for quite some time now. Now, Larry Elders is against $15 an hour minimum wage. He believes that there should be zero. It should be zero minimum wage, meaning zero, right? He's also against reparations. He ain't for the HR 40 bill that we got in Washington, D.C., which is another study again, as if that's what we really need is another damn study. But he ain't for it. He spent time talking and flapping his gums. I don't know why the Reparations Committee has got people like Larry Elders flapping his gums saying that black people, there's no systematic racism against us. It's a lie. There's no prejudice against cops against black men. In fact, you know, white people get shot by cops more, but he failed to say this, ladies and gentlemen. White people tend to get shot, or white males get shot by cops when they are shooting at cops with guns. Black men are being shot by police 3 times more likely unarmed by the police in this country. So we are being shot unarmed at higher rates, not to mention that when we go to prison and we get a really chunked up sentence, we are first likely to be executed before white males. While we got people like Lamont Hill, the dummy himself, Mark Lamont Hill, talking about Dylan Roof doesn't need the death penalty, while how often do white men who commit these type of heinous crimes even get the death penalty in comparison to us? We get our first white boy who's getting it, and now we got Negroes like Mark Lamont Hill who says you shouldn't do that. And we got Negroes like Larry Elder who's telling us that we shouldn't have an increase in minimum wage, that we shouldn't be talking about reparations. And he wants to get rid of certain environmental protection agencies that help to keep our environment clean in California. He wants to break all those things. Like I said before, there's going to be a hell of a lot of people who are going to vote for him based on the vaccine situation because they don't want to be mandated to take a vaccine. And I get that. I'm not endorsing it for anybody. I'm not telling you what to do. Take your health into your own hands. It's what you want to do. But he's going to get a hell of a lot of votes from people who are going to push that narrative, that like that narrative. They want that to become reality, and they may just put this man in office. But I can tell you right now, in California, there's a bill called Bill 3121. That's the California. Listen to me, black folks out there that live in California. 3121 Assembly Bill is the bill in which Gavin Newsom did approve, and there's a committee put together, just like the HR 40 bill in the Washington, D.C., the federal, that are trying to look at reparations for those black people here in California. If Larry Elders gets in office, he's going to scrap that bill. He's going to scrap the committee. He's going to get rid of it because he's a Negro who believes that you pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and he believes in respectability politics. I said this before. Respectability politics. As I come, God damn it, closer. Let me just come closer to you, folks. He believes in respectability politics. Let me make sure that everything is working fine here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. And I've got everything working just fine. Let me see. Okay, mics are working fine. My setup is working fine. Just doing a little test there. Now, he believes in me. Come on back here. He believes that you pick yourself up by your bootstrap, right? But remember, what about black people who had no bootstraps to even strap up in the first place? Meaning, they had no boots, folks. If you got no boots, then you can't pull up bootstraps. But he's just one of those kind of black men. Now, what they do with black conservatives like Larry Elders is that they use them as bully pit bull. They use them as a pit bull to bite on black people. What I notice, and I'm not putting all black conservatives in this bag, but there's hella a lot of them, like Larry Elders, who he spends most of his time talking about what's wrong with black people. They get on Fox propaganda show. They get into articles, and it's always downtrodden black people. And they use conservatives like Larry Elders, the Armstrong Williams of the world, the Jesse Lee Petersons of the world, all these, the Candace Owens of the world, all these individuals to talk about what's wrong with black people. What's wrong with us? And then they try to give their analysis, and they're able to say things about us that white conservatives or white people can't say, because they know if they say it, we'll call them out for being a racist. So they'll use their flunkies like Larry Elders to push their narratives on black people. Now, Larry Elders will say that black people, that we play, and many black conservatives will use this term, that we play too much victim mentality. Oh, you're wearing a crutch. Oh, you're playing the victim too often. When in fact, Larry Elder himself is now playing the victim. Why? Just this week, he got egged while out campaigning by a white woman who wore some gorilla mask. And, you know, you can say, ooh, was there some racial tones there? You know, there damn well possibly were racial tones there. But this is the thing about Larry Elders and many black conservatives like him. They will tell you and me when we talk about our racism and what we're going through, they would tell you and me, be quiet, stop complaining, pull your bootstraps up. Come on, my father told me all my life, stop complaining about what you're going through. Just go out there and take on the world. They'll tell us to be quiet when we have legitimate racial issues that's happening to us. In Los Angeles, you got the gang members of called the, I got to keep it real, called the LA Sheriff's Department, laden with gang members, laden with white supremacy, white supremacist groups. Remember the 2006 FBI report that said most of these policing systems have been infiltrated by white supremacist organizations? You got Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys, and all kind of other boys out there. Yes, indeed. Skinhead groups that have turned in their combat boots and leather jackets for a suit, right? Ladies and gentlemen, right? Am I right, folks? Let me know if I'm right. You can put a 1 in the chat room if you're digging what I'm saying, if I'm on point. If everything that I'm saying is on point, I hope it's on point what I'm saying. I appreciate you all coming over. Let me see what my man Minister is saying. He says that being from Compton, Long Beach, Memphis, Arkansas, don't none of that shit mean nothing. Where are your priorities at? Right, your priorities should be in place. I agree with that, Minister. Thank you for that saying that. We got the educated Aries who's come in the house. What's up? What's up, brother? He says slave owners in the South are the ancestors of the owners of the big tobacco, yes, companies. They don't read any reparations. They don't need any reparations. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Let me put this up here on my other board to see what people are saying. We got Moses Blackhorn is in the house. Let me put this brother up here on the screen. And we got Larry Elders is a detractor. Yes, he is a detractor. He is a distraction. And but this is the problem, though, brother. He has a very good chance of winning. And if he does win, I know you're in California like me. If he does win, we can kiss the bill 3121 Assembly Bill for reparations in California. We can kiss it goodbye. Larry Elders is going to get rid of it. He doesn't believe in any kind of social programs, and this is why they use black conservatives to attack the things that black people feel that we need. Now, should we be independent? Should we support black businesses? Should we not? Should we put ourselves in a situation where we should not be dependent on government? You can make the argument that that's true, but we're still citizens, which means we have the right to resources like everyone else. Last time I checked, they gave Native Americans reparations. They gave Japanese reparations. They gave Jewish people reparations. Why is it that every time black people talk about the issue of reparations, which if you flip it on its head is really what, ladies and gentlemen? It's really a debt that America owes to us. It's truthful.
Tell the truth.
Why is that a problem? We got Night Town in the house. We got Miss German Knight in the house. If I'm saying that correct, if I'm not, sister, I apologize. If you're digging what I'm saying, put a 1 in the chat room. I appreciate everybody who's coming through here tonight. I'm trying to slow it down as best I can. When I get on the roll, I get on the roll, but I gotta bring it back. Take a deep breath, relax. Let it all just come out step by way. We got Keith who says, I hope my brother Information Man will bring out that fire with the set. Yes, I am, bro. I'm trying to bring out the fire, brother. I appreciate that. We got Nappy Yankee who's coming to the house. If you don't know Nappy Yankee, the brother has been promoting me on his channel. Some of his folks have been coming over here and supporting my channel, and I appreciate that. So what I want to do in return for Nappy Yankee, and at some point I'm going to get him on the channel and interview him and many others out there who want to connect with me. And my email is in my about section at coldwave06@gmail. You can connect with me there. You can look in the about section of my channel and you'll see the email. Nappy Yankee has been talking about Larry Elders as well, but make sure y'all check out his channel, subscribe, give him support as well. Me and his brother, we kind of play off each other. He touches on some issues that I touch on, and we all give our own different angles of the information, but we all keep it in truth, and that's what it's all about. Nappy Yankee says slave owners had slaves insurance, so they didn't need reparations on top of their insurance payouts. Right. Nappy Yankee, you're right about that, but I got something else for you tonight that's going to knock your socks off. For those of these Negroes out here who are so giddy about Lincoln, I'm going to give you some nice information to go along with that too, brother. That's going to knock folks' socks off. Let me go back in here and see who we have here. Okay, Minister says this. We live in Southern California, where a lot of black guys get with that white girl, get with that money, and turn their nose up to the neighborhood, look down on the neighborhood. Now, Minister, you're telling the truth. Joy, what's going on? Let me see who else has come in the house. We got, I don't want to miss the other people that's come in. I want to be respectful as I possibly can with this. Let me see. Lady Legs is in the house, but there was somebody else that I saw over here. And we got, let me see. We got Kiki who says facts. The government owes a debt to black people just like they do Native American people. Totally agree. Right. And you know that Jamaica, and I brought this up before, Jamaica is in the process. The Jamaicans are trying to sue the British government for the reparations that is owed to them. So we got black folks all over the diaspora of the world who are fighting for their reparations. So for us, those of us who call ourselves ADOS, foundational, for me personally, I've got no animosity or shade towards our brothers and sisters in Africa or the Caribbean. I just know that we have a right to fight for what is due us in the land that we were born on, the soil that we've bled, and the experiences that black people born in America had is different than in no other. I can't tell black folks in Jamaica, black folks in South Africa, Nigeria, any part of the diaspora of the world, how to operate their need for their reparations and how they go about doing that. I can't tell them, and I'm not going to tell them. And I got no animosity towards anybody as long as you don't interfere in what we're trying to do and try to undermine us. Instead of saying, go ahead, brothers and sisters that are born in America, get what is due you. As I say to the Jamaican brothers and sisters, go ahead and get what is due you too as well. And I'm going to put 5 and a clap on that too. All right. We got B. Buckner who says Lincoln did pay reparations well to about 900 farmer slave owners. They received about $300 each. I'm going to get to that. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to get to that. And I appreciate you bringing that up. You kind of stole my thunder there, but I'm going to get to that definitely. Let's see. We never received reparations. That would indicate that we deserve to be treated equally. Definitely. Let me see. Lady Leg 75 says, Information Man, salute for saying that 100%. Yeah, I appreciate you all. And we've got, who do we have here? We got a great show from the great Gazelle. I hope I'm saying that right. One thing about me, folks, I'm not great with names, but once I get to figure out the pronunciation over time, you will come to appreciate me once I figure it all out. I try to name what I can name. And let me go back into, let me drop this particular chat over here that I got and see who else I got coming in here. So I appreciate you all. We got about 59 people, almost 60 people. Hit the likes, everybody. If you have not shared this stream tonight, go ahead and share it right now if you can. What I want to do is I want to go into the video right now. I think it's best for me to do that. But this is what I got to do. Let me put something on the thing here. And because Minister said this, that you get people like Larry Elders who will talk about the black community once they go and get them the mayonnaise woman. Here we go. And let me take something off the screen here. Very, let me see, very authentically. And here we go. Boom. Now, that's Larry Elders. And I brought this up on my second channel. That's Larry Elders fiance. Typical. Blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, right? So you know, so that tells you, you know what he likes, right? Larry Elders has been in a dispute with this woman. She came out not too long ago and said that he was high on some type of drug, marijuana, maybe something else, allegedly. Got to say that. And that he was wielding a gun at her. And of course, we know that white women, I got to be honest, I got to tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
We know that white women
Tell the truth.
historically have had a history of lying on black men, saying that black men raped them or did some kind of harm and what have you. And that is the truth.
Tell the truth.
And she says that Larry Elder was wielding a gun at her, a loaded gun. He was high on the weed and whatever else he was taking. And he was angry and he was acting a damn plump fool. That's what she was saying. Now, a part of me wants to believe her, even though I know that white women have a history of lying on black men that they've either been involved with or black men that they have no sexual relations with. And then what has happened is that we've had towns like Rosewood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921, you know, that whole situation where it was massacred because of a white woman lying about a black man touching her in some sort of way. But I'm almost inclined to believe that there's a part of me that wants to believe what she's saying about Larry Elders, simply because I got to be honest, I don't like the guy, and he's pompous, and he seems like he does have some skeletons in his closet. So I'm biased, folks. I'm biased. But I wouldn't be surprised if Larry Elder engaged in this kind of behavior, because every time he's been asked, he says, I'm not going to dignify it with an answer. He doesn't want to talk about it. So to me, it makes me think that if he doesn't want to talk about it, that there's a very high chance that this particular mayonnaise woman could be telling the truth about Larry Elders. That's just my personal thought. Now, let's do a vote in the chat room tonight. How many of you in the chat room believe that Larry Elders did what she's accusing him of? If you believe it, put a 1 in the chat room right now. If you don't believe it, or if you don't believe it, put a 2. And if you're just not sure because of the history that I just brought up, put a 3 in the chat room and tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
It's up to you what you want to do, but let's see what the vote is like. Let's see what we get in here. And I'm going to give you the breakdown. I want to see what we get. What kind of vote do we get? Okay. Angelica says 2. We got some 1s from B. Bucknor. Big Brother in Life says 1. Joy says 1. Greg Harris says 2. Rough Sex, he says. Keith says 3. Don't trust none of it. I hear you, brother. Nikki Proctor is in the house. Thank you for being here, saying I'm not invested. I hear you. Ohio says 1. Rob, a.k.a. BK's Finest, says 2. The Great Gazelle says 1. Yolanda says 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So everybody, it's kind of like we got a lot of people that are not sure, a lot of people that are true. And guess what? I ain't hating on nobody who put a 2 or a 3, because the reason why, as much as I'm not a big fan of Larry Elders, I still have to be, how can I say this? I still have to be real, and I have to stay within what the truth. And the truth is that mayonnaise women, historically, white women, have lied on black men when it comes to these sort of things. Tell the truth. So even though I might have a bias towards Larry Elders, I still have enough integrity about me, everybody, to know that there's a chance that she could be lying because of the history of white women lying on black men. So I'm just going to keep that 100% buck.
Tell the truth.
I got to be honest about that. Okay? I have to be honest about that. So that's another side issue that's going on with Larry Elders right now, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to fight off the allegations of this, and he's saying he damn sure ain't going to acknowledge it whatsoever. He has no need. And we're talking about the brother man who had an afro like that at one point in time. But once again, you can't always look at people, and I don't care if they got African garf on, if they got braids or locks in their hair, because I'm going to be honest with you folks. When I was in college, I've been around a little bit. Some of the biggest sellouts are people who wear the locks and wear the red, black, and green and talk all that black power stuff, and they'll be some of the biggest sellouts. I remember when I was in college, some of the biggest individuals that I used to hang out with, they had white girlfriends. They had all kind of things going on, although they kept talking about all this black power stuff. And they would assume that if you weren't all dressed up like that, that you weren't down. I never dressed in that way. But I also realized that some of the most, check this out, folks, some of the most revolutionary folks that I've ever been around, they wore regular clothes. You would look at them and say, oh, that guy's square. And that dude was the most down for the cause, then the most down for the cause, and the one who wears all the outer appearance. So don't get caught up in the outer appearance of a person to assume that they're all black power or they all B1.
Tell the truth.
I'm saying this because you look at this picture. If you didn't know Larry Elders from a can of paint or can of tuna fish, or, you know, you would say, man, that's a real soul brother right there. Is he a member of a group like the Commodores or something like that? No, he's a black conservative who is self-hating on black people, always got something negative to say about us, doing the bidding of his masters. And remember, we've always had these type of black people. They came out of slavery with us and walked right into Reconstruction. They were the same sellouts that if any of us in the chat room, whether it be Minister, Brother Keith, any of the brothers in the chat room, Greg Harris, if any of us were to try to escape from the plantation, just like Stephen and Django Unchained, someone like a Larry Elders would say, there they go, master, there they go. They escaped over there, master. They over there. They escaping going north, master. They trying to get, master, I'm a good nigger. I believe in you. And the master will give you the cornbread and say, good, Toby. Good, Toby. Good, Larry Elders. You're a good Toby. I'm giving you your hot butter biscuits because you've been a good boy for me, telling me where the other Negroes are escaping to freedom out of the plantation. See, remember, Malcolm X said that the field Negro hated the master. The field Negro despised him. When the house caught on fire, he wanted a blaze of that fire. He prayed. When the master was sick, the field Negro prayed that the master died of his sickness, for example, right? And then Malcolm X went on to say, but that house Negro, ooh, that house Negro, ooh, when the house was on fire, the house Negro would pray for rain. Ooh, shut your mouth. All right? He would, if the master was sick, the house Negro like Larry Elder would say, ooh, master, are we sick? Are you sick? Are we sick, master? Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
And then just like the movie Django Unchained, the house Negro loved the master more than himself, and they would betray other black people for the favor of the cornbread, the butter biscuits, of the master's affection. What has happened is that many of our sellouts have walked right out of slavery, as I said, into Reconstruction, into where we are right today. Remember the Haitian Revolution, ladies and gentlemen? The Haitian Revolution was powerful because the reason why we have a country formed the way it is today was because of the Haitians, because the Haitians drove the French broke, As a result, the French had to sell off the whole middle part of the country. It wasn't not just the state of Louisiana. It was the whole middle half of America going up to Canada that was sold off. And one of the first things that the Haitians did is they got rid of their, what we call sellouts. They eliminated them as part of their strategy to fight against the French. And to this very day, the reason why Haiti is in a mess is that they have to pay the French a reparation back to them. Just like Elders is talking about slave owners getting reparations, which is pure bullshit. They have to give them a reparation for whipping their ass in a revolution to fight against the French. And to this very day, they're still paying the French. And you see how Haiti can't get forward in its progress. Well, same thing with Larry Elders. He's sitting up here on shows talking about, we need to pay the slave owners. This is such bull crap. Let's get ready to hear the video, ladies and gentlemen. This nonsense that Larry Elders was saying. Let me fire up the video. It's a short video. And while I get ready to do that, here's some music for your listening pleasure.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
You're listening to the Information Man Show.
Tell the truth.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking news.
Information is power.
By the way, when you mentioned that the UK was ahead of us, they were. Do you know that the slave owners were compensated? After they lost their quote-unquote property, the government compensated slave owners.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so when people talk about reparations, do they really want to have that conversation? Because, like it or not, slavery was legal. And so their property, their legal property, was taken away from them after the Civil War. So you can make an argument that the people that are owed reparations are not only just black people, but also the people whose, quote, property, close quote, was taken away after the end of the Civil War.
Whoa. That, to me, ladies and gentlemen, is, as Red Fox would say, a dummy.
You big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy. You big cold-blooded dummy. You big dummy. See what you did? Oh, no, you big dummy. Oh, no, you big dummy. You dummy.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So there it is. You heard it for yourself. Some of you probably have already seen that video. You've seen it for yourself, what he said out of his mouth. Now, let's get ready to get in his butt. Let me bring something else up for you right here, folks. Let me bring something up for you right here. So here we have it. Now, let me say shout out to Rashad Ritchie of the Indisputed. That brother always brings it, because he did talk about these same things that I'm going to bring up right here. But let me just go over it. So Larry Elders was on a show. This was back in July of this year, I believe. So yeah, of this year. And let's put this on the screen right here. I'm going to take a few things off the screen. Well, you can see that right now. Larry Elders is 69 years old. Now he was sitting down with Candace Owens, who is also a conservative, as you already know, ladies and gentlemen, on her talk show. She was a talk show host on her show, right? And Larry Elders himself is a conservative like her, and a talk show host and a author. And he shared his views, as you heard on there, currently stating that of the race relations and why the black community plays the victim card, as reported by Insider News. Now, let me go ahead and say this. Larry Elder just played the victim card himself. See, this is the game that Republicans play, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game that they play. Black Republicans like Larry Elders, to be specific. Larry Elders tells you and me that racism doesn't exist. Come on, stop playing the victim card. Stop playing victim card, victimization. This is the kind of talking point that black Republicans like to throw around. They think they're real cute with it, but it ain't really cute, right? It's not really cute. And they'll say, hey, stop playing the victim card role. Now, when the shoe is on the other foot, then the same black Republicans will say, hey, I'm a victim of racism. Well, he was a victim of someone egging him, as I had said earlier, but I didn't complete what I was saying there. And now Larry Elders is now upset at the quote unquote left media, as he calls it, the left media, because he's saying that they're not reporting about him being egged, and he feels this happened to him. He feels that there's racial animosity towards him in this race, that it's all based in race, that he was egged because of race, and the left don't want to talk about it. And then you got people like Sean Hannity saying, I can't believe this is happening to a black man. Sean Hannity, who is the biggest racist on television alone. He's one of the biggest racists on Fox. Sean Hannity has always pushing racism and his white supremacy. And now, because they've got their great black hope, or their black man, a white man in white face and blackface, pushing their narratives, that now all of a sudden racism is real for him and black conservatives like him. And so therefore we shouldn't call him out and say, hey, Larry Elders, why don't you stop playing the victim, right? Because you said that systemic racism does not exist. He has said this on camera, on video. He has said this on his own damn radio show, that it does not exist. But now when something happens to him, now he wants to cry racism. That's how a lot of these black conservatives are. When they get hit with real racism, they want to come running and crying, hey, what about racism for me? You got Allen West out there in Florida. His wife got stopped by the police. And I got to be honest, they should have never stopped her. And what did he say? Now he's talking about, oh, it was racial. But when black people in America are mistreated by cops, these same black conservatives like Larry Elders will tell you and me, you should have been compliant. You should have been respectability politics. You should have not had a hoodie on. You shouldn't have a hoodie on. Makes you look too black. Or you shouldn't wear your pants a certain way. Trayvon Martin, he got profiled because he had baggy pants, or maybe he was smoking weed. So these same black conservatives will tell you and me that we shouldn't be doing this and that if we only follow their directions, or if we only say yes, sir, and no, sir, and we're just very polite to the officers, we're going to get the best treatment. Well, look, there have been incidents where black people have been respectful to the police, and we still end up getting shot and mistreated by the police. Black conservatives love to push the respectability politics. If you only dressed a certain way, if you only wore your hair a certain way, oh, you shouldn't wear your hair in locks. Oh, you shouldn't have a fade. You should have a good, respectable haircut. Like me, I'm a good, respectable black man. See, you should have a good, respectable haircut like Larry Elders. That's what they push. Now, let me go back into my slides again, so on and so forth, and show you something else. And let me see, who do we have in the chat room? Am I missing anybody? Anybody that said what's up to me? Can you all hear me? Peace. What's going on, Bloodsport? Let me see. Who do we have in here? If y'all digging what I'm saying, if y'all can feel what I'm saying, hit a 1 in the chat room. If you hearing what I'm saying, if you're with me tonight, we got Malik Smith in the house. 64 people watching for a late night show. I'll take that. We got Natural in the house, Joy, Malik, Greg Harris. Let me see. BK's Fine says, Greg, let me see what people, Moses in the house saying, right. If y'all digging what I'm saying, be with me. I'm with y'all. I'm feeling the energy in the chat room. I thank you for being here once again. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you can. Share this video. Share this video. I'm going to push that back up there again. Share the video on all your social media, okay, if you can. And let me do this too. Thank you for watching. I want you to like this video. I said it, like the video. And I want you to share this video in all your social media. And if you're a content creator, share it in your community tab. If you got family members, friends, people you hang out with, people you know from the YouTube streets, tell them about the channel. It helps to grow the channel. If you are a content creator in the chat room right now, everybody, if you got pencil and paper, write people's names down. Then you can go back and find their channels and subscribe and support them. That's what we're about over here too. Okay. So I want to thank you all out there for being a part of the family over here. I want to give everybody a clap again. This is the way my show goes. And here we go. All right. All right, folks. I appreciate you all being here again. So let's get back to my sliders again, because I want to read off a few things. I want y'all to see it for yourself. Next slider right here. So this is what Larry Elders went on to say in that interview with Candace Owens. He went on to say this, ladies and gentlemen, and let me take one other thing off the screen there, make it completely uncovered so you can read this. Larry, however, continued during that interview to make the argument that if enslaved individuals were legally deemed property at the time, and guess what? You can't. Look, humans are people. People are humans. Just like my man Rashad Ritchie said on his show, we are humans. We're not. I was about to say something. We're not property. Even though they tried to deem us as property, we're not property. We're humans. We're not objects. But Elder said this, however, arguing that enslaved individuals were legally deemed property at the time. He noted that slave owners and their estates are owed compensation for the human property they lost. Following the end of the Civil War and the passage of the 13th Amendment, which partially abolished slavery after 1865. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't already know this, slavery is not abolished in America. The 13th Amendment did not abolish slavery. There's different forms of slavery, such as the prison system, where they can enslave you in the prison system based on you committing a crime. So Larry Elder doesn't know what he's talking about. And let me go on and put another slider up here and read another slider to you. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. So let me see. Here we go. Here's one right here. And let me take that off of there and get into it. Now, this is what the 13th Amendment does. The 13th Amendment was ratified in 1865, essentially abolishing slavery, but it also made it legal. How did it make it legal? Just what I said. It made it legal in the prison system, ladies and gentlemen. Have you all heard of the word convict leasing? Put a 1 in the chat room. Remember, convict leasing is something that they did to black people when we came out of slavery into Reconstruction, when black men were trying to get jobs and get out there and support their families. They would chump up black men on chumped up charges, and then they would put them in prison. And then you would have different states that they would be rented out. They would send the black men to other states to work in other states, putting a day's hard labor in. They were contracting them out to other states. That was under the 13th Amendment that gives you the right to do so. The 13th Amendment, ratified in 1865, essentially abolished slavery, but also made it legal to exploit people as a punishment for a crime. That's the prison system in America that is incarcerating black men, that is putting us in prison. The school to pipeline industrial complex system that we have here that is in our community, focusing on black men, making us the enemy at all damn times, focusing on us, killing us in the streets of America, right? Now, we know that black people have committed homicides on each other. That's true. But guess what? There's white on white crime. There's Asian on Asian crime. There's Latino on Asian on Latino crime. There's Russian on Russian crime. Japanese crime on Japanese people. There's crime on people who live in close proximity to each other. That's the facts. That's the truth. But they make us the face of criminality. Check this out. So the 13th Amendment can be used as punishment for a crime, neither slavery or non-involuntary servitude. Remember, we had white people who were brought over here in not chattel slavery. See, a lot of people get it twisted and say, well, you know, white people were the first slaves. No, they were indentured servants, meaning they committed crimes in Europe. They were brought over here to work off their criminal crime in servitude of indentured servitude. Then they were sent back if they wanted to go back to Europe. They were even given some money, ladies and gentlemen, to go back if they wanted to stay or go back. Black people were never given money after we got out of slavery. There was no reparations given to us. We were in shackle slavery. They weren't in shackle slavery. And I know somebody out there going to say, well, you know, Europeans enslaved, because black conservatives always say, well, you know, Europeans enslaved other Europeans. Yeah, it's true. Other races, other groups of cultures have enslaved people within their culture. That's true. But guess what? People that were enslaved in those cultures they were given a reparation. And guess what? If they weren't given a reparation, then they need to take their asses to that culture, to that society, and demand their reparations. It ain't got a damn thing to do with the reparations that America owes black people. That's the truth.
Tell the truth.
As I'm reading here, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude accept a punishment for a crime. In simple terms, the language of amendment legally allowed incarceration populations to be provided as a deterrent in prison labor for wages less than $1. That's right. People that are in prison, if you've been in prison, anybody in the chat room that has had this experience, you know, in prison, they're paying you 25 cents, a nickel, a dime. You're not getting paid any heavy money to do work. You have something called the prison industry, who are making money off of inmates, selling inmates overpriced goods. Matter of fact, when your family, because I deal in the system, I work as a therapist, I counsel brothers in the system that I come across in the system. They will charge your family member who's in prison a whole bunch of money when you make a phone call, a collect call, and you got these companies making a ripping of money off of brothers in the prison system where you're sending them packages, care packages, whatever. They're getting ripped off in there. Okay. That's part of a prison system, which is another form of slavery that the 13th Amendment makes allowed as law. They tell me and you that slavery been abolished. No, it hasn't. It's just in another form today. The prison industrial complex system.
Tell the truth.
Now, let me go to my next slider. I hope you all are enjoying the content tonight, the live stream. If you are, give it to me. Let me know by putting a 1 in the chat room. I want to hear the spirit of the people. Now, Larry Elder said something very stupid that shows you that he does not know history very well. Okay? He does not know history very well, and he does not know what the hell he's talking about whatsoever. Let me put this back up here. This is the dumb. He said, is I'm going to play one more time before I go into this last little piece that I want to show you. I want to play this one more time so that I can bust the bubble right here. And here it goes.
By the way, when you mentioned that the UK was ahead of us, they were. Do you know that the slave owners were compensated?
Now, he's talking about the UK, that the slave owners in the UK were compensated for their enslaving people over there. That's the UK. We're not in the UK. The reparations that black people are going for is the reparation that's owed us in American society, Larry Elders. We're not talking about the UK, Negro, you big dummy. And let's go back to it now.
Quote unquote property. The government compensated slave owners.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so when people talk about reparations, do they really want to have that conversation? Because, like it or not, slavery was legal. And so,
yeah, slavery was legal, but we're people. We're not. We are people. We're not animals. We're not animate objects, dummy. And he's talking about the UK. You cannot use the UK for the experience over here because black people are not trying to get reparations from the UK. It is Jamaican people and people in the Caribbean who are trying to get reparations from people in the UK, as well as those in Africa trying to get their land back. You big dummy. You big dummy. Let's hear the dummy again.
Their property, their legal property, was taken away from them after the Civil War. So you could make an argument that the people that are owed reparations are not only just black people, but also the people whose, quote, property, close quote, was taken away after the end of the Civil War.
Dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy. You big dummy. You big cold-blooded dummy. You big dummy. See what you did? Oh, no, you big dummy. Oh, no, you big dummy. You dummy.
All right, there it is. Now, this is why Larry Elders is dumb and saying the things that he says. He does not know history. Because if he did know history, he would have never said the statements that he said to Candace Owens. See, a lot of these black conservatives, they think because they went to Ivy League school, some of them, or they got a little education, that they're better than me and you. And I'm talking about the ones that's like Larry Elders. They think that they know more, that they're so educated, they're so aware, when in fact they're not as aware of history as they portray themselves to be. They're actually very dumb, more dumb than you think when it comes to history. He said that if we really want to have the conversation about reparations, or we really don't want to have that conversation, because we would have to say that white slave owners in America would need to be compensated for their losses. You big dummy, they were compensated. And I want to thank the individual in the chat room who dropped that information earlier on. I appreciate that. If y'all digging what's going on, hit a 1 in the chat room again. Let me put this on the screen for you right here. Now, on the screen right there for the dummy Larry Elders, who thinks he's so educated, he's so sophisticated, he's so. Back, for those of y'all that love Abraham Lincoln, black folks, oh, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. That's bullshit. If we were emancipated, we were never free. Once they emancipated us, began the nightmare of the what? Of the Reconstruction, the slave, what do you call it? The bounty hunters that would go after us when we escaped plantations. And here comes the convict leasing. All these things happen coming right out of that period. Now, check this out for those of you who just love Abraham Lincoln. And this is for the dummy Larry Elders who doesn't know history. I'm going to say it again. This is for the dummy Larry Elders. On April 16th, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed a bill emancipating enslaved people in Washington. At the end of a long struggle, but to ease slave owners' pain. This is in America. How many of y'all knew about this? If you knew about this, put a 1 in the chat room. If you did not know about this, not before the brother that was in the chat room, the person that was in the chat room who dropped a little dime on this earlier, if you didn't know about this, put a 2. If you did know about this, put a 1. On April 16th, 1862, President Abraham Lincoln signed a bill emancipating enslaved people in Washington at the end of a long struggle, but to ease the pain for slave owners. The District of Columbia Emancipation Act paid slave owners up to $300 for every enslaved person freed. So that means, think about it, ladies and gentlemen. If a white man, and you know white women had slaves too, they were slave owners as well. And I know somebody's going to say out there, well, you know, black people, there were black people who owned slaves too. Well, then we're going to go after their families too. God damn it. But the bottom line is the majority of the slave owners in this country were white men, and you had some white women. So let's say they had 20 slaves, 30 slaves, 40 slaves, 50 slaves, 40, 50, 20 slaves on one plantation, 30, 40, what have you. That means that they would get $300 per head, $300 per woman, man, and child. The dummy himself, a very elders.
You're listening to Information Man.
I'm racing the
Please
clock,
make sure to
block,
subscribe
watching
to
the
his
block.
channel.
Used to see this in my sleep when I ain't had to put my thoughts in the car. I really was lost. Now I'm public with the soundscapes. Floss, I'm really pulling strings for the pound cake. I see you went for a puppet in the clown face for a little wage. The talk of the town is late. Still me, I never switch sides.
Let's get back to it. So once again, as I said, folks, Abraham Lincoln, and black folks run around praising Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln didn't give a damn about black folks. There's even literature out there where Abraham Lincoln said that if he could free black folk, if he could keep the Union together without freeing black people, he would. If he had to free some black people, some, not all of us, he would do it only to keep the Union together, because the South was trying to break apart from the North, because the South had an economic means going on that the North was concerned about. And let me keep it real with you all. They had slavery in the North. One of the last, I believe, one of the last northern states to end their slavery was New Jersey. New Jersey, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe that? In the North, that is. So they had slavery in the North, and black people got treated poorly when we went to the North as well. But they were concerned about the South. Let me give you a little bit of history here. There's a term or a group called the Knights of the Golden Circle. These were white men who had a contingency plan because they knew they were going to lose the war. They were trying to move their slave operations down to the Rio Grande of Mexico, which is how you got the what? The Battle of the Alamo, because the Mexican government said, hey, take your slaves and get the hell out of here. We have outlawed slavery in Mexico. We don't want you here. So you had people like outlaws like Jesse James that we all celebrate in movies. You had all these outlaws that were going around stealing gold and robbing banks. Little do many of you know that a lot of these outlaws that they've made folklore out of, and I've said this before, a lot of those outlaws were members of the Knights of the Golden Circle. They were racist. They were Klansmen. They were getting ready to move their operations down south. That was the plan. And these outlaws that we've made folklore about were part of their little band. They were going around collecting gold and money to create this new world in the Rio Grande to keep their slave plantations going. That was a contingency plan that they had. If you think I'm lying, look up the Knights of the Golden Circle. Look it up. Now, I'm bringing this up because a lot of folks think that Abraham Lincoln did so much for black people. Abraham Lincoln said out of his own mouth, if I can keep the Union together without freeing black people, I'll do it. I'll do it. Whatever. He didn't give a damn about us because he gave these slave owners money, $300 each. And I'm going to break down to you what that is in today's money. Now, so Larry Elder doesn't know what he's talking about. He needs to shut up, stop talking, stop running his mouth, stop crybabying. He's already crybabying and saying that the Democrats, the liberals didn't stand up for me because I got egged by somebody that was a racist, and y'all not talking about it. Why should we talk about it, Larry Elders? When everyday black people talk about their racial things that they deal with, you say that systematic racism doesn't exist. You say that police are not targeting black males. You say that black people need to stop crying and being victims. Now you are the one talking about being a victim. And now this is the slickness of the Republican Party. They picked Larry Elders for this very reason, because they knew that he would create this racial dynamic that they could use it to say, hey, this is racism that's happening now for Larry Elders. They picked him. He's handpicked. He's raised money, and he's also getting dark money, meaning those are people, the hidden hand, dark money that's coming into his campaign that you don't know where it's coming from. You don't know who the donors are. Secret money that he's getting. Now, Larry Elders is a damn fool. What I'm going to do, and I'm going to preface this for anybody who wants to come up and join me for the short time that I'm going to remain on this program, I'm going to drop a link into the chat room. If you're using a computer, you're going to be fine. If you're using a cell phone or a tablet, Minister, I think brother Minister said he wanted to come up and talk to me. If you're using a cell phone or a tablet, you must put a headset on like I have on. You must put a headset on, or it's going to cause all type of echoing. If you're using a computer, you won't have to worry about the echo effect. So what I'm going to do now is drop this link. First come, first serve with it into the chat room. And you can come up and talk to me. Now, what I can do is I can have one person at a time come up, talk to me for a little bit about this issue, and then let somebody else click that link and come on upstairs. But I'm going to put it in the chat room right now for anybody who wants to come on upstairs and have a little conversation about this issue with me right now. So what I'm saying to you, everybody, is that Larry Elders doesn't know what he's talking about. Abraham Lincoln gave money. Let me tell you how much money that was in our time. So if Abraham Lincoln gave each white slave owner, white woman, white man, money, $300 per slave, and you got to do the math. How many slaves did they have on average? If you got 50 slaves, 40 slaves, that's a lot of money. You know what that money equals to today's time? And I want to shout out Rashad Ritchie because he brought this up as well. Watch my screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. Look, watch this. Boom. Let me raise that up a little bit. There we go. That equals to $10,000 to $12,000 in today's economy. So $300 that each slave owner got for their slaves back in those days equals to $10,000 to $12,000 in today's economy. That's a hell of a lot of money. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
What do you all think in the chat room? Let me know. Look at that number on my screen. I kid you not. It's equal to $10,000 to $12,000 in today's currency. They made out very much like bandits. They didn't lose nothing. So Larry Elder trying to negate the conversation of reparations for black people. That's the only reason why he's saying it. Trying to negate that conversation by saying, well, you're going to have to pay for they already were paid, Larry Elders. Most of the corporations today made their money off of slavery. They're doing very well. They're billion-dollar corporations. Some of these corporations today got their start in the slave trade. So they're already making money off of our ancestors' backs. So what is Larry Elders talking about? Look at that number across my screen. Look at that number across my screen, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm going to bring him up. We'll bring you up in a moment. And then I'm going to check the chat room as well. Anybody that's come in that I haven't shouted out, I see you in there. The Message 215, Lady Leg 75. Peace to everybody. Greg Harris, Keith, Minister, the great Moses. I see y'all in there. I think it was Moses who dropped that little dime on us tonight. There was somebody that dropped that information on us tonight as well. All right. All right, who do we have on? All right, who do we have on with us? All right, I'll wait for that person to come in. I don't see anybody on the screen. So whoever wants to come in, click that link and come in and talk to me for the moment. I'm going to try it again. Hopefully, is anybody there? All right. The person has, maybe they dropped off. I don't know. Let me see. I think Jasmine's trying to come in and talk to me. So I'm going to have everybody on for like a minute or two and then let somebody else click that link and come upstairs with me. But if Jasmine, if you're here, I need you to speak. Are you there? I see your name. Are you there, sister? Hello. Okay. Anybody else that wants to click that link that I have in the chat, go ahead and click that link. I think Jasmine was trying to come in. I'm going to put the link in there again. I think Jasmine was trying to come on board with me, but I do not, can't hear her. I got the mic on for her, but don't hear anything. So let me go into the chat room and see what people are talking about while I wait to see who comes upstairs with me, if anybody does. We got, let me see, we got the great Gazelle. We got Minister. Okay, we got someone coming in now. You're gonna have to whoa. We gotta stop there. I think the Minister's coming in, but we gotta get that sound muted. I hope he's got a headset or he's using a computer.
Okay, I got you. Hold on, I got you.
Yeah, put a headset on if you can, my dear brother, because it'll be so much. The echo is gonna be crazy. But welcome to the program. Okay, let me turn your mic on.
Okay.
Oops. I'm going to keep you muted until we can get that worked out. But everybody, I thank you, everybody that's here tonight. Let me shout out some folks. Let me see here. Oh, let me give you the results of our test tonight. Do you believe Larry Elder is right about what he said? And guess what? 92% people in the poll that I put out earlier said no, we do not agree with him. And then we have 8% of you who said you do agree. I would like to know who the hell is that 8% who said such a audacious thing, because they are wrong. Because as I had demonstrated tonight, the slave owners were given reparations. So check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Japanese giving reparations, Jewish people giving reparations. Native Americans are given all types of programs for them and money that they're getting every year. And black people in America, we have not gotten one dime. Not one dime. Not one dime. I think the minister is either having some technical problems, so try to call back in if you can, brother. Try to click that link and call back in if you can. He's kind of frozen up, and I can see him as frozen up on my system. So hopefully he can click back in, or anybody who wants to come upstairs. But I want to give this brother a chance to come back in because something is not working right now. He's frozen on the screen that I can see him on. And we want him to come on in and bless us with his thoughts tonight. Let's go back into the chat room and see what we can see. And see right now we've got audio discourse. What's going on, Discord? He says Larry Elders is stupid. I agree with you. We got the loser of the Civil War territories got paid. Right, Greg Harris. We got DOD who's in the house. Peace to you, brother. We got Angelia has come back in the house. We got IMV. They are going to give people who fled their country housing, funds, and food. Keith is in the house saying, join the conversation. Right, join the conversation. Let's see who else we got in here. And Joy, who said this, I'm going to put her comment on the board. Joy says this, they only lost out because they are too lazy to raise their own children, maintain their own land, cook their own food, etc. Interesting. Let me see right here. Who do we have right here? They're going to give people who fled their country. I read that already. Let's go into the chat room over here. I'm looking at both screens here. We got DOD. We got Natural. We got Omega. Courtney in the house. Peace to you, sister. We got Joy in the house. Keith, Lady Legs, everybody in the house. Let me see what's going on. We got Bloodsport 11 says, who the hell are the 8%? Yeah, I'd like to know who the 8% is. It's kind of weird to know that people would actually would agree with that. Okay, he's back on. So he's got a headset on. This is wonderful. Headset is on and everything. So let me get this brother in here. I'm going to talk to that brother for a little bit. And then when he steps off of the panel, I'll have someone else come in by clicking that link if they want to come on in and talk to me as well. So let me take something off the screen here and bring the dear brother in, the minister, and hopefully the audio is okay. Okay, here we go. All right, brother, you in the house. What's going on?
How's it going?
All right, I'm glad you're on the program, brother. I'm glad you're on the program.
Yes. Hold on 1 second. I'm hearing.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can play around with your I can hear you, everybody can hear you, and I can play around with your audio to make it a little bit more crispier. But go ahead, brother, say what's on your mind. I'm glad that you were able to make it on after all. Let me bring a few things down to make sure it's not overpowering with the gain.
I'm catching the echo.
You're catching an echo?
Yeah.
All right, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do.
Yes.
Let me just mute myself and let you go ahead and talk.
Okay.
And then go from there. Yes. And then when I get ready to talk, I'll come back in and go right ahead.
Sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Well, as you know. Okay, hold on.
What's going on? Is there something?
The last of what you're saying is echoing, so just give me 1 second. Okay. We're both from Southern California.
I'm actually from Northern California, but I have friends in Southern California. I've been down there. I understand the politics of California overall, but I just wanted to correct that. But I understand the dynamics down there. Let's go ahead, brother. I understand it. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you said that you were in the prison system, whether you were teaching people or counseling people.
Yes,
I was
sir.
one of them brothers that were in one of those classrooms. I
Mm-hmm.
did 14 years in Southern California prison system, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
10 of those years I was profiled. 10 of those years I was stopped in cars. I was, whether I had dope put on me. However, when it comes to physical confrontation with police, I wasn't one of them brothers that ever got beat up.
Okay.
I was around brothers that got beat up in jail. I was around brothers. Me, I kind of knew what to say to defuse. You got stopped. I was out of bounds, whatever. I didn't edge on situations. But I also made it to the CCFs that's in Southern California. And those are the privately owned facilities that actually made it to the stock market exchange.
You're right.
These
100%.
were monopolized. They were privately owned. And the people that were running them, I tell you, I text in the chats and I said they were selling soups for $2. A top ramen soup, they would sell an inmate for $2. When I went to prison one time, I got charged with restitution for a car that I didn't steal. A girl came. I'm a quick story. I'm not going to take too much time.
No, go ahead, brother. We need to hear this. We need to hear this.
Okay. Back in the part of my life I'm not too proud of, right? Somebody came through a spot that I was at and wanted to rent their vehicle. They wanted to rent their vehicle for drugs, right? They weren't getting any attention. At the time, I happened to be a drug dealer and a drug user at the time. And when I noticed them, I had a vehicle myself, but I didn't want to use my vehicle because I sold drugs and my vehicle was kind of hot. So anyway, make a long story short, I gave the person 4 times what they wanted to use their vehicle. And they had LoJack. And it was a white lady. And she called LoJack 20 minutes after I got in her truck. Not only did I go to prison for that, she came to court and testified, and they charged me with $1,700 restitution for whatever charges she made up or said was wrong with her card.
Wow.
Now, that wasn't a big deal until I hit the reception yard in the penitentiary, where they took half of my money that I had. And then they wanted to send me to fire camp for me to work for 8 cents an hour and pay her back half of the money. They would take half of my money to pay her back.
Wow.
To pay that lady back. So I quit fire camp. I didn't work, but that's how they run the California prison system. As well as, like I said, I believe one of the places is called Wagon Hut or Walnut Hut. This is the brochure. They have a couple of brochures that they have in the penitentiary. And I mean a brochure. And the brochure consists of everything that you can buy. They used to allow you to have outside items. Like you used to be able to buy something. You need a pair of sneakers. You could go to Big Five, have your wife, your mother send you some sneakers. Now they sell the sneakers.
Right.
Now you have to go through them.
And they jack
everything.
up and
exactly.
And what I notice when I'm because I actually am inside with guys, when I talk to the guys and I see how they order from the catalog and they're going for their first draw and their second draw and they're trying to get their packages, they are being ripped off. And these prison industry companies come into the system and they're ripping the brothers off. And this is the problem. This going to what you said, you've never been stopped by cops like that and what have you. But when Larry Elders, I got to ask you this. When Larry Elders says, and he has said out of his mouth many times, that there is no systematic racism, or there's not a systematic system set out to come at black men or to try to neutralize us, when he says that, what runs through your mind What is what are your thoughts about that, brother? Let me get to the point.
Okay, I got you. Okay, hold on a second.
No problem, brother. And thank you for the super chat, Barbie Queen, Barbie girl, Tina. Thank you for that super chat. And I want to say thank you for the super chat by Miss Rem. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I got you. It's just an echo. I'm waiting for your echo to finish. And then, okay. So I started doing time in California in 1991. I started doing time in California actually in 1979. I got arrested. I caught a gun charge. I broke in the San Fernando Detention Center, which is now Sylmar. When I got locked up in 1979, there wasn't even no blacks locked up, and they put me in a wing by myself. I wound up going back to New York. That gun charge, I don't know what happened to it. They left it alone. But I returned to California in 1991, and I got locked up for 13 months. And the reason why I'm bringing that up, there's two things. Number one, I have a book coming out. I got falsely accused of a crime, but that's not what I'm talking about. But in 1991, for 13 months, I got locked up, and I was inside jail before Bloods were walking on the main line. And when the California police were literally beating the dog shit out of anybody that wanted to look the wrong direction. You were so terrified walking to chow. And I don't care who you was. You could have had 20-inch back arms. You could have been O-Dog, the OSG from your hood. That didn't matter. They had one mission, and it was to beat the biggest black dudes up. And this is something that they practice religiously. They would come into dorms. They would take the biggest black dude and beat him in front of everybody.
Well, that's called that's sort of like if you take the biggest, it's like buck breaking. If you take the biggest black man and you beat him up real bad amongst his peers or his community, then you want to strike a fear into him. But
exactly.
But as it relates to Larry Elders, who sort of says that these things are not reality, come on, pick yourself up by your bootstrap. And as I was saying earlier, brother, it's about I kept using the term respectability politics. We've heard this before, where we get black people like Larry Elders who tell us if we only dress a certain way, talk a certain way, carry ourselves a certain way, everything's going to be just fine for us in American society. And there are incidents where black men and even black women have done all those things, and we still find ourselves on a bad end. Now, I'm not saying to say, oh, give up on life. Don't try to achieve anything. I'm not trying to say that you can't do anything because of racism. I'm simply saying that we recognize it and we got to get it the hell out of our way as we're moving towards our, our goals and objectives.
I do have breaking news.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. I do have breaking news. Listen. I'm from a neighborhood. I'm from a gang. Okay, I'm from a gang. I'm a former member. I'm a former gang member, right? In California, right? Mm-hmm. Let me say something, right? If nothing else that you take serious from me, from all the videos that I've ever dropped, understand the gang that runs California is called the LA Sheriffs.
Right. I agree with you.
The gang that runs California. The gang. I ain't gonna say it no more. That's it. Go ahead. Let's go. LA Sheriff.
No. I'm in total agreement with you that is true. I agree with that.
Okay.
And what have you. But I want to ask you a question that's based on the topic, and I want to get your honest thoughts about Larry Elders, and then go right ahead. Okay, the brother's freezing up. Okay, what's going on now. All of a sudden, some kind of way he dropped, and now Aaron is up here. What's going on, Aaron? Can you hear me? Can't hear you, brother.
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I think what happened is I had the minister up here. He was breaking it down about his experience in the prison system and how they overcharged brothers in the prison system for various items that they need, that they purchase. And he was giving us some real gritty info about his information about what he's gone through in the system. But we got real Aaron Collins who came up here. I don't know what happened to the minister. Somehow he dropped off and then you came up. Are you there, Aaron? Okay, so Aaron is frozen. I don't know what's going on. A lot of maybe it's because the talk tonight is just too damn strong, and the powers that be don't want the talk to go out. But I'll wait and see who comes in. I'll drop another link in the chat room. And to Miss Ramos, thank you for the super chat, the 99 cents. I appreciate that. Okay, the brother's back on. I don't know what happened. Okay, you're back on now. There we go. All right, finish what you were. Okay. I want your thoughts about Larry Elders, and then I'm gonna have some other folks come on board. But go ahead, brother.
Yes, I talked a little bit about this in one of my videos. Whether you live in a state like California or a state like Florida, right? Because I lived in both of them. We Black men that migrate toward the white women, migrate toward the white life, migrate toward the white traditions. And we see them. And in California, some people get a notch under their belt for popping up or block in the neighborhood with a attractive white woman, that appears to have a car or something that's going on. In some cases, there are for the cases that people marry and find true love, you can do that. But you also have the cases of Larry Elder and the cases of Tariq Nasheed, where you become successful, and two things can happen when you become successful. You can either forget about the people or the group of people that maybe there might be a class of people that you feel need to be cleansed. Tariq talks about it a lot, and you want to start from level 3. You want to forget about level 2, level 1, ground zero, all the people down here. You don't care about them. That's why he doesn't want to give people $15 an hour. You want people to climb out of a system that you say doesn't exist. I mean, if nothing else, for the sake of argument, we know that there's a system that doesn't favor Black people, Latinos, Asians in certain aspects. We already know that. I mean, that should be common knowledge for most arguments. However, when it comes to a dude like this, that, first of all, I don't want you to win by default. What I mean by that is, in 1999, the San Antonio Spurs beat the New York Knicks on a short season. It was only a certain amount of games played, and San Antonio beat New York, and they won a championship. But that championship has an asterisk by it, almost like the Laker championship in the bubble. Almost. Short season, the bubble, everybody got hurt, COVID. So there's an asterisk next to it. First, if you have the ability to beat somebody in a head-to-head race, a fair race, then why not beat them at election time? To judge somebody's performance underneath the pressure of a pandemic, when you have the type of president that you had, saying everything is fake news. I mean, a lot of governors didn't make it through through the pandemic. They took Cuomo's job. I mean, they came for it. They're coming for his. Why not wait until election time and run against Governor Newsom in a fair race, instead of catching him while he's dealing with a pandemic, dealing with loss, life loss, and all that stuff there? Or is it just a money grab? I mean, I think he's at about 7 million. He's calling it a tip jar. Put some money in my tip jar. I mean, it just it don't smell right. It doesn't. And then when you have this, back to the gun allegation that you talked about, the words that she used were, he was in a drug-induced rage. She didn't say he pointed the gun at her.
Mm-hmm.
She said that he was making sure that it worked while he was telling her to get out. Now, unless you are an actress, right? Unless you do this for a living, the odds on you putting together that exact statement, a drug-induced rage, you didn't point it at me, because if I wanted to say something, if I really wanted to take you down, I'd say you brandished it. I'll say you pointed it at me. She didn't say he pointed it at her. But she said that you were checking it while you were telling me to get out. So that makes it even more so believable, because she tried to save you. She could have washed you. Being a white woman, you a black man. I mean, if people are not going to believe her, why not give them the worst story to not believe? Why give them just an okay story to not believe? So that's my take on that. I do find her to be very believable. It's not just because she's white, but it's the exact wording of what she said. I'm a real dude. I'm a student to the exact wording of stuff. Just like in, what's the movie? Law-Abiding Citizen, where he said, I thought about killing him. Yeah, I'll put it through my head over and over, but he didn't actually say that. So that's why I credit her for telling the truth. And if that's the case, what are you doing else? What else are you doing? If she just exposed one thing, what else are you doing behind the scenes?
Right.
So, I don't think you can be trusted.
Okay. Well, brother, let me just do this. Don't be a stranger. I'll be having I'll have other shows, other subject matters that I'll be talking about. You are very interesting, brother. I saw you on Nappy Yankee show one night, and then I know that you've been checking out my channel for quite some time. I'm going to have to, at some point in time, get you on the platform and have a one-to-one deeper conversation into these other areas that you were talking about, that I think people need to hear these realities, understand these realities, and not, because a lot of times when we get on these social medias and we're behind these keyboards and computers and things, we have to understand that there are people out here like yourself who are living real lives, have had real experiences, and not all of us, we're not just YouTubers. A lot of us have lived real life and had real experiences, and we have a story to tell. And from our experiences, we have wisdom that we have gained. So don't be a stranger, minister. I want you to come back other times. I'll get in contact with you as well, try to set up some type of interview where I can go more in depth. And then we can try to get everything looking a little bit better on the screen and get the audio better and get all that stuff straightened up. I might, if it's going to be easier, I could use yard streams, but we can figure out what's going on with this, do a dry run and see what's going on. So what I'm going to do, brother, because I'm going to see if I can get a few other people in the chat room to come up and talk to me for a short moment before I end the stream. Once again, thank you for the support. Y'all go out there and check out Brother Minister. Let everybody know your name of your channel, where they can find you on social media and all that good stuff, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And salute to you. My name is Minister Kev. My name is Minister Kev. One second. Yeah. One second. My name is Minister Kev, aka Extreme. You can find me on YouTube. I got a lot of topics. I just started. I like this brother right here. Salute to him. Salute to Nappy Yankee. Salute to people that's in the chat that's bringing information to us guys. I have a lot of information on the military as well. But thank you. Let me let you get back to your show. And I get at you later.
Okay, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, brother. Let me let everybody know what was going on, just to make it straight here. I want to give him a clap.
Tell the truth.
So just want to let everybody know what was happening there. For whatever reason, the brother was hearing an echo from my end, which was causing a delay. So when he was talking and he would sort of pause, it's not because something's wrong with him. It's because he could still hear my voice in his mic, and he was waiting to hear what I was saying, and then he was speaking. There's something, I don't know what it was, that was causing this problem. If everybody, was there an echo effect that you guys was hearing? If you were hearing an echo effect, push 1. If you didn't hear an echo effect, then hit 2. But what he was saying is that on his end, he could hear an echo effect, which was causing a delay when I was talking to him. So I just want to get that on the record straight, that the brother is of sound mind. I've heard him speak before on Brother Nappy Yankee's channel, and he is of sound mind. It just kind of looked that way because there was a delay going on, and he was still hearing me talking, but you all couldn't hear what he was hearing. That's why he was pausing like that. I just want y'all to know that for the record. So nobody walks away and say, man, maybe that guy, something was wrong with him. No, everything is sound with that brother. I've heard him talk before. I've watched his videos on YouTube. He is of sound mind. Just want to let you all know that. So check him out. We'll have him back and what have you. I see the brother that's still in my studio. Hey, brother, take care of yourself. I'm going to get ready to bring somebody up. So just drop down off of the platform. And then I'm going to try to have someone else come in as soon as possible. Thank you for being here again, brother. There. So hopefully when he drops down, I can put this in the chat room. Well, I'm going to have somebody come in right now. Let me drop the link in there again. Anybody who wants to come in and further the conversation with me, here we go. I'm going to give you the link right now. I'm going to drop that link in the chat room if it's not already still inside the chat room. I think Real Aaron Collins had something he wanted to say, and I think he dropped off for some reason. So anybody that wants to come in and render their voice to the issue tonight while we're still on, it's a Saturday night, it's the weekend. I know it's late, but y'all rocking with me. We got 81 people in the chat. Beautiful. Wasn't expecting people rocking with me. We're going to keep the content going until it's time to go bye-bye with closed eyes, but we're going to keep it going. So let me put this in the chat room. So there's the link right there. It's not no yard streams. Hit the link. This is what I must preface to you, though. If you're using a cell phone or a tablet, you got to wear a headset. If you're using a PC computer, you're going to be just fine. If you're using a computer, a desktop, you're going to be fine. But if you're using your cell phone or your tablet, you've got to wear a headset. That's all I ask, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope somebody come on in. Let me give the minister another clap again. And here we go. Larry Elder. Let me read something else to you now. Elders replied that the United Kingdom compensated slave owners. As I said before, black people are not talking about the United Kingdom. And this is why, again, he's a goofball, because the United States already paid slave owners at that time proper wages. That would be up to an equal to $2,000 to $10,000 to $12,000 per slave. So everybody do the math. If you had 50 slaves, let's do the math. Let's do the math here. Hang on for a minute. I want to figure out. Let's break this down. So right here, I got the calculator out too. So let's say I had 50 slaves. Let's say that's 50 slaves, right? You had 50 slaves. 50. What is it? Divided by, let me see, what is it? 300. So you're talking about really $15,000. So back in those days, they were getting about, so if you had 50 slaves, that means that slave owner got $15,000 somewhere in there, give it, take or two. That was a lot of money for that time and that period, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of money. We're talking about those type of, let me see, let me go back into the chat. And DOD has something to say. DOD says, Q, it's not black people I'm worried about voting him in. It's racist white people that will vote the clown in some. Yeah, right. And I'm going to say, and Burnt, who do we have here? Ramos. What's going on, sister? Ramos. Good to see you here, sister. I'm trying to pronounce the name. I'm probably doing a terrible job of it, but right, DOD. It's the people who subscribe to the racist views, to the ideology, because we look at Larry Elders, he is pushing their ideology. He is handpicked. He is pushing the ideologies, and he is not in the best interest of black people. I'm going to say it again. If he gets in office, he's going to get rid of the opportunity for the $15 an hour. He talks about it needs to be a zero. If he gets into office, he's going to get rid of all our environmental regulations. If he gets in office for us as black people in California personally, he's getting rid of the reparations bill, Assembly Bill 3121, and the committee that's working on trying to make that a reality. He's going to get rid of all of that, period. He's going to do all types of damaging policies to black folks who live in California. He does not care. He does not care. Let me put another link in the chat room in case somebody wants to come up. Again, I'm waiting to see. Let me see. We're actually talking close to $100,000. Yeah, you're right. 12,000 by 50 times 50. Yeah, times 50. I think I did it wrong. Let me see. Let me see something. So let's say, for example, I've got 50 people that are slaves. We're going to times that to $300. Oh, that's what I did wrong. I didn't put the decimal point. My fault. Let's equal that. Well, well, here it says 15,000 according to my calculations that I said before, Angelica. It depends on how many slaves you have, right? It depends on how many. The more slaves you have, the more money you get. But your calculations, I think, was probably correct. Oh, here we go. Here go my man, Real Aaron Collins, who's coming now. Bam. Here we go. Okay, Aaron Collins, can you hear me, brother?
Yes, sir. I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And I'm going to try to control your volume a little bit so it doesn't over. Okay, there we go, brother. Okay, you've seen my presentation tonight. We had talked earlier today. I put out some information. Maybe you knew about it. Maybe you didn't know. But so far, what are your thoughts?
You know, the things that some of our people will go to great lengths to please the mainstream society and will say and do anything. It basically is pretty much what like the overseers did back during slavery. But to say that white people, they deserve reparations too for something they shouldn't have done in the first place. Slavery was illegal. I mean, you're owning a whole human being here as I'm a servant. I mean, where is the legality in that? It kind of reminds me of, it brings back to when Ben Carson said that slaves were immigrants. It's like, where do these conservatives, as I would call them, talking points? I mean, they go out of their way. They want to please their masters that bad?
Well, I have been saying this and saying this. Larry Elders he's cut from the cloth. I'm going to bring you back in a moment. Larry Elders is cut from the cloth of respectability politics. I know I keep saying that, and that is he's cut from that cloth that if you just be a good little black person, be a good little Negro, and you'll get a clean shot. You'll be treated respectfully. And black folks that get arrested or who get brought in by the police or get dealt with by police, Black people that are like this, of this ilk, are just a scum, and they get what they deserve because they won't toe the line of being a respectable Negro and stay in your place. And so Larry Elders, what I notice about black conservatives like him is that they usually talk like this because they got a 4-car garage. They got a 2-car garage. They might have, for example, they might have a white woman on their arms and things of that nature. They may have money in the bank. They're living good. They're feeling good. There's white people that like them. They'll say that they have white friends and what have you, and that their white friends don't treat them any racial way. They'll say that racism doesn't exist because I'm not being profiled, when in fact, Larry Elders, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what kind of hypocrite he is. Larry Elders has admitted that he has been stopped by police in Southern California at least 75 times in his life. Although he tells you and me that systematic racism doesn't exist and that police profiling black men is somehow, and black women is somehow, how can I say this? It's like fairy dust. It's like crickets. You know, we're just imagining magically that we're being harassed by police, that magically it isn't happening. And that magically, if you as a black person would just act like a good Negro, that magically you'll be treated fair. With that said, Aaron Collins, as I bring you back in, brother, what do you say about that? Here we go, back on the screen there. What do you say about that, brother? Aaron, your sound.
You hit the nail right on the head, Infoman.
Okay. Go ahead. Keep talking, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You were kind of like.
You hit the nail right on the head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. Those sound effects is right on point. But yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's not that it's anything with a 4-car garage. But, as I recall, there was a time when an actor, Ving Rhames, he was actually profiled in front of his own house. Had the police called on him. I think this was in Santa Monica.
Right, that's right. Ben Raines was profiled. That's correct. We got a hardcore talk radio in the house. Peace to you, brother. He says Larry Elders needs to fess up about the situation. You can't want to be a public figure and not deal with your dirt made in public. That's why I can't do politics. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me see. Somebody has something in here I wanted to put on the screen. Out. Let me see. We got a sister outside looking in, and I want to say peace to you. Welcome to the channel. If you are a new subscriber, a new supporter of the channel, I want to say welcome here. Thank you for being here. And what have you. I think my man, I think my man, Real Aaron Collins is frozen. Hopefully he'll come right back in and try to get back in again. Thank you for being here. She says he shouldn't get in, being that people know. Right. Let me see who else is in here. Yeah, Real Aaron Collins, I think he froze up. And let me put this brother on this board here. We got Q497 who says, DOD, I am convinced that a lot of our black people always want to be under white rule no matter what. Interesting. And then I put on the screen here, Angelica, who says, we're actually talking close to 100,000 to 12,000 times 50 is 600,000. Information man. I'm going to say this right now. Your math is correct.
Tell the truth.
Your math is correct, sister.
Tell the truth.
Math is correct. We've got Courtney, or Mega Courtney. Welcome, sister, here. And we got my man Keith in the house saying, real talk. I hope Larry the Lobster Elders does not get his seat. Yeah, I just think I don't think that Larry Elders is going to be in the best interest of black people, because I don't think he has a lot of love for us. I think he has a lot of sustain. He's got a lot of criticism, because that's often what he always talks about. It's always negative. Okay, Joy says that white people look at us as less than human. That has been true through history, sister. And then we got Ramos, who says here, Sister Ramos, who says this: we interact on rare months ago on HAPS. I'm rarely on there, if ever. Yet check you out on here today in HAPS. Contact me back. Oh, sister, thank you for coming over. Yeah, I'm on HAPS TV as well. I just don't go live on there as much. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It just depends. But I will be dropping content over there sometimes as well. But YouTube is really my stumping ground overall. So I thank you for coming on over and joining us and everything like that. And you can find me on YouTube. Matter of fact, let me do this, folks. Let me do this real quick. Let me put the chat. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room again, if anybody wants to come on here. And let me do this. While I do that, let me put on the screen some of the social media that you can find me on right now. A little bit of music for your listening pleasure. Don't step on the trail. Don't step on the trail.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Tempo, can you keep up with my tempo? Yeah, blowing up, C4. I just hit the Mike Jackson on my tiptoes. Oh yeah, I know we go wherever that wind blows. The endo. Don't slip on the trail. Don't slip on the trail. High key, I know. I send all of my rap foes like they my tadpoles. Yeah. Blowing up, C4. I just had to go crack now on my Depot. Yeah, that Draco, listen like free throws. I do not miss no shots, I like the cheat code. That's why I never lose. They can't keep my moves. I'm way too smooth, I just caught a groove. This right here, that charge all the fire in the booth, yeah. Had to go right back to it, yeah. If you ain't talking about money, please save your breath, don't bring it up to me, yeah. I pull up in that stunt like a 007 James Bond type movie.
All right. I want to say shout out to a brother that I definitely respect 110%, and that's Nollywood. I think is in the house. Nolly, let me go. Where's my brother at? We got Guy Nollywood Jr. in the house. He's saying what's up to Brother Keith. Brother Guy Nollywood, peace to you. Glad you're here. DOD, looked like you had to time somebody out or delete somebody's message. We need Larry as, whoever said that we need Larry as governor, you can get the hell out of here immediately. And guess what? DOD has already deleted the message, because this is not a Larry Elder safe zone whatsoever. You come over into this chat room, you just came into the wolves over here. We are not Larry Elder friendly. Anybody who wants to hit that link that I put in there, remember, when you hit that link to come into this particular streaming system that I'm operating, you need to either use a computer desktop, or if you're using your cell phone or your tablet, please have a headset on so that it cuts down on the echo effect. So no, we're not trying to promote or endorse Larry Elders. We're trying to expose him tonight.
Tell the truth.
For what he really is. Man, I tell you, you can always find people who will come in and try to put that nonsense in there. That's, to me, that's spamming my channel, spamming the chat room. When you come in, when you see the thumbnail, you see the description on the video, and you come in with that nonsense. You got to be out of your mind. If that person comes back in, time their ass out like they're a little kid in school and delete their messages. DOD, you was on the job. So I'm waiting to see if anybody else wants to come in and join me. I'm going to put the link in there again. And if you do, definitely be appreciated. So let me go back in the chat room and read some folks' thoughts. And let me take Uncle Ben off the screen here. Uncle Ben's Uncle Larry, a good uncle, isn't he, folks? Let me see. Boom. Take that fool off the screen there. And let's go right back into the chat room and see what people are saying. Okay, Greg Harris says this, ladies and gentlemen. They gave the white folks their 40 acres with a quickness. Yeah. Remember, Greg Harris and everybody out there in the chat room, remember Dr. King. We've all seen this. I got it on my channel, the video. We've all seen that video with Dr. King, and he was being interviewed in his church. And he said that when white people came here, or when Europeans came over, as the country was being developed off our backs, that they were given land grants and set-asides. And he said, Dr. King said what? He said, when we come to Washington, D.C., we're coming. You'll know it. Say it with me, everybody in the chat. Put that in the chat room. When we come to Washington, D.C., we're coming for our check. We're coming for our check. When we come to Washington, D.C., we're coming for our check. They gave white immigrants and Europeans land grants set aside. But for the black man and black woman in America, they gave us nothing. When we go to Washington, D.C., I'm channeling my inner Dr. Martin Luther King here. When we come to Washington, D.C., we're coming for our check. Why is it, ladies and gentlemen, that nobody in the media plays that? Huh? They always like to play the I have a dream speech. They want to play the dreaming Dr. Martin Luther King, but they never want to play the angry Dr. Martin Luther King who was fed up and tired of being fed up. The Dr. King who said, we're coming for our check. Why they don't want to emphasize that Dr. King, but they want to emphasize the dreaming Dr. King so they can put us all to sleep. Because when you're dreaming, you're half sleep or you're asleep. You're not living in reality. And when Dr. King made those statements, he was talking about reality. What do y'all think? What do y'all think, ladies and gentlemen? We got Gregory X, who's just come in the house and has joined us. And Gregory X says, Pam is jamming. Salute, your spot on. Okay, what did she say? What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Let's put Nollywood up here. Did I miss anything? Let me look at my chat on the computer. Did I miss what she said? I want to read what she said if I missed anything. What's going on, Barbie girl Tina? And did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? What's going on? We got my man Rob from the BK. We got Rob, a.k.a. BK Finest, in the house. But did I miss what she said? It was, let me see. Okay. Gregory Harris says 50 black folks got you $750,000 from the United States government. 50 black folks got you $750,000 from the United States government. So Gregory Harris, he did the math as well. So like I was saying earlier on, Abraham Lincoln passed a bill to give white slave owners in Washington, D.C., he passed a bill to give them reparations. It was about $300 per slave that they had, which, according to my man Rashid Ritchie, my man Rashad Ritchie, let me say that name right, Rashad Ritchie, says that equals to about $10,000 to $12,000 in American currency in our economy today. That's a lot of money. Okay. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Do we have anybody waiting for me in the, okay. Oh, we have somebody on the call. We got We got Angelique. I hope that the sister can come through. And how are you doing? Are you there? Are you there, sister? Okay,
yeah,
you're there.
I'm
Oh,
here.
fantastic.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, fantastic. And you have a headset on or something like that?
Yeah, I have a headset on. I had to turn my camera off because I have my PJs on and I didn't want to embarrass myself on your platform.
No, it's okay, sister. I dig that. I don't want to put nobody on Front Street either, but I wanted to say this to you right now. I want to get this straight. Give me the proper pronounce, because I feel like I'm not saying your name correct. So if I'm saying it correct, let me know. But if not, give me your proper pronunciation so that I can get that seared through my head.
Angelica.
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 Angelica. Angelica.
We gonna fight.
I know we are gonna fight. I'm gonna figure it out. You're gonna have to give me a nickname for you or something. I gotta figure it out. I'll figure it out. Go ahead, though. Go ahead. Go ahead while I work on my problems there. Go ahead.
It's all good. I still love you. But yeah, so first off, thank you for letting me jump up here real quick. I'm not going to take too much of your time. I didn't know about this brother Larry Elder until this very second listening to your live. But I will say, dude is a clown. Just full stop. I mean, you know, he does a lot of the buck dancing that a lot of these others do. Like you said, Jesse Peterson. I mean, we can go back to Tommy Sotomayor and so many of these other individuals that kind of prop themselves up over on the more conservative side as far as their speech. But to me, when I look at all of that, a lot of that is done for a cash grab. It's never really done for me, at least, and this is just my humble opinion.
Thank you for the super chat.
So I don't know if you want to shout them out.
What I want to do is B. Buckner gave me a super chat saying good show tonight. I want to say thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And I also want to say to you, sister, while you're on here, thank you for the support that you've given me. But this is what I want you to do when you have an opportunity. I know it's late all across the country right now. I want you to look into the things that I've been talking about Larry Elder, so that you will know that the things that I've said tonight is not a lie. You did see the video that I played where he said out of his mouth to Candace Owens, but I want you to read about some of the other things he said. You know what he also said? And of course, he tries to clean it up. A couple years ago, he was on another show, and of course, he's trying to blame it on a report that he read. But he was also putting out a notion that, you know, women are not as inclined to understand politics as well as men. Now, that can be debated. But his excuse is that he was quoting an article and he was being blamed for this. But if you do a little research on him, you will find out that everything that I've been talking about him tonight will come to front and center. He believes that minimum wage should be zero, nilch, that only the owner of a business should negotiate whatever they want to pay you between you and the worker. So if that owner wants to pay you crumbs, they should be able to get away with it. Now, he has all these type of beliefs, but let me stop there and let you finish what you were trying to say. Go ahead, sister.
So, you know, just listening to that, again, it kind of takes me back to the whole, you know, kind of the white rhetoric for dollars. I mean, these folks will say anything is, you know, if they can get white ears to kind of listen and start bobbing their heads to whatever they're saying, whatever their sentiments are, they're just going to go.
Oh, what happened? God, I don't want her to lose her. Come on back. I think there must have been, God, come on back if you can. Some kind of way she got cut off. I've been having a lot of those problems tonight because people don't want this stream to come through and project what people are saying. Let me put her back on. Hopefully everything is going fine. Are you still there? Are you still there, sister? Okay. Try to come back in if you can. Let me put another link in the chat room. And while I do that, hopefully she'll come back on. Let me keep the mic on her in case she comes back on. Are you still there? Are you still there? All right, let me put another link in the chat room. And while I do that, a little bit of music for your listening pleasure. Again, let me put a good one on right here. Just a little bit of music as I try to drop that link back in there, and hopefully she's on. Are you on with me, sister? I got your audio up. No, she's not on. Who's come in now? Oh, it's Nollywood who's come in. Let me just hit this little music here. I love this tune, and here we go. My man Nollywood is coming in, I think. All right, Nollywood, I'm going to come to you in just a minute if you're there.
It's not my fault.
I really want that sister to call back in, though.
You've been lying, saying that I took away your peace. Drowning by yourself, now you want to blame me. Like you have no options. I ain't take your options. Now I'm not the problem. Man, that's on you, yeah. You've been terrorizing me, yeah, always.
All right, I think somebody else has come up, but I really want that sister to come up and finish what she was saying. Is this Nollywood Jr. that's with me right now? Are you there, brother? I can see your name on the, are you there? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you there, brother? Nollywood Jr. Guy Nollywood Jr., are you there? Going once, going twice, going 3 times a lady. All right, I'm going to pull out of there. And I would like that sister, if she can, to click into that link because she got cut off in midstream and I want to hear what she has to say. Nollywood, are you there? Are you there, brother? Okay. Try to click into that link and come back up here if you can because I wanted to finish hearing what you were saying, sister, before I end the program tonight. Yeah, I think it's just a lot of it has to do with your connection. So if you're using Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi is not really the most recommended thing to stream off of. I don't use Wi-Fi. I have a direct connection into my internet, direct connection, because Wi-Fi will fluctuate. So if you're using a cell phone, a tablet, the Wi-Fi is, and you're using Wi-Fi, it's going to fluctuate. Okay. Who do we have here? We got Guy Nollywood Jr. Are you there, brother? All right. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move on. Are you there, brother? Hello. All right. Who do we have that came upstairs with me? Who do we have? I got you mic'd up. Who do we have? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Who do we have?
This is Pam is Jamming.
Okay, Pam is Jamming. Thank you, sister, for coming on upstairs and talking to me. What are your thoughts while we have you here?
Well, what I said in the chat was that Larry Elder is the epitome of person who suffers from Stockholm Syndrome and meritorious manumission, and it's his greatest passion. This dude will say and do anything to stay on a white person's dole.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with you that you're on top of it, sister. That's why earlier I wanted to find your comment and put it on the screen, but I couldn't find it at the time. I want to thank you for saying that. I want to thank you because a lot of times when you have people like a Larry Elder and many black conservatives that are like him, they are looking to get their butter biscuits. They're looking for the favor of white people, almost like getting a pat on the head. Yeah, you're a good boy now. You're a good boy. And that's what they're doing. And because they have a certain lifestyle, they always look at other black people and say, why you can't be like me? If you only just be like me. And they get up there just like Clarence Thomas. They get up the ladder. They use affirmative action. And when they have gotten benefit, then they want to pull the ladder up behind all of us and say, why can't y'all be like me, even though they benefited themselves from whatever programs that helped their black asses along the way. What do you think about that, sister? Are you still there? Are you still there, dear sister? Okay. Looks like everybody's having a chance to come up and talk tonight, a little bit of time, but I think she's not there. There must be something with the connection tonight. It's nothing that I'm doing, folks. Apologize. But if somebody else wants to come up and talk, here's another link before I get ready to end the program tonight. Let me put myself back on the screen. If anybody else wants to come up, I want to thank her. Pam is jamming. I want to thank that sister for clarifying her thoughts from the chat room. Let me go back into here, get another copy of the link, put it into the chat room, and see if anybody else wants to come on board before I say, that's it. That's all I got. Let's see if anybody else wants to come in. We're sort of on a marathon show tonight right now. So that's the link right there. I think Guy Nollywood was trying to come on. If you want to click that, or anybody that wants to click it, first come, first serve, go right ahead. If you have anything that you want to say, we had Sister Anja that was in the house and she got cut off. And I feel bad about her getting cut off. We got brother Greg Harris saying that Jay-Z is another Larry. Those are the ones we need to. Oh, okay, cool. Now we got somebody who's come up. And, we got Sister Murray who's come up. And I'm hoping I get her audio. Are you there? Got your audio on?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. And don't worry, sister. You don't have to show yourself if you don't want to. But I am going to put you on. Let's talk. Let's hear your thoughts.
First of all, I'm just now coming into the discussion, and unfortunately, I'm late. I'm late for this live.
All right, I can give you. Go ahead.
What I found, because I've heard of Elder before, and of course Candace Owens and people of that nature.
Yes.
That, and a person, I forgot who said it best in the chat, but it reminds me of with the people that really run this world, the globalists, and I'm not trying to sound like a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but the hidden hand, they handpick people to be.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, there's just something going on with the connection tonight. I don't know if it is my system, but just try to call back in if you can by hitting the link again. I don't know why this is happening. I wish I had an explanation for the situation. People are calling in, and then when they're talking and it's getting really good, the system is cutting them off, or they're getting cut off some kind of way or another. To me, somebody out there does not want us to have this conversation tonight. I think we're being sabotaged. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe I'm being hyperbolic. I don't know, but that's just how I see it. Let me say what's up to Cookie, who's in the chat room. She says, I was listening to a program out of the UK showing that as late as 2015, the government was still paying former slaves owners for the losses of their slaves. This is in the UK. This is in the UK. This is in the UK, ladies and gentlemen. I'll put the link back out there again. Darn, I really wanted to hear what everybody had to say. I had two sisters that came up here. Sister Mary came up here. I really wanted to hear what she had to say. Angelique, I wanted to hear what she had to say. And it's a little frustrating because we get some really intelligent sisters on the platform, and I want to hear what they got to say, and then the damn system is cutting out on me. I think they just don't want us to. They don't want us to talk about this stuff tonight. I guess they're just saying let's sabotage it. I never had these problems before like this. Let's stop it. They're coming together. They're unifying. They're speaking against one of our chosen gumbos that we need to push the narrative so that we can control that governorship in California through using this, our little puppet in Larry Elder. That's what they're doing, folks. That's what they're doing. Let me go back into the chat and see what people are saying. Pam's jamming this Q for 97. I do drum cover and I enjoy it very much. Keith is saying, I agree with you, Greg Harris. The real Aaron Collins is saying this, put it on the screen. Unfortunately, Murray, too many folks are race policing. Yeah, there's some race policing going on possibly. Yeah, I agree with that, Aaron Collins. 2020 should have taught people a lesson. There is no Biden. I hope everyone knows this. This is outside looking in that made those statements. Now we got my man Craig R., who says they're not hiding. We got, hey, brother Nollywood, was you trying to come into the program? He says, I'm trying to get on through my phone, but it would not let me in. Yeah, if you're using a computer, it's going to be more preferable. But if you're using a tablet or a cell phone, just make sure you have a headset on. I think what happens is the connection is probably not as stable with the cell phones because you're using all that Wi-Fi. I don't know. Let me see what she said. Oh, I think somebody's in the backstage. Let me see. Nollywood, let me see if are you here, brother? Nollywood, are you here? Testing. Are you here, brother? I can hear some noise in the background. Are you here, brother?
Crickets.
Cricket, you're here. Okay.
No, that's not crickets. No, this is Bernadette Ramos.
Bernadette Ramos. I want to say to you, sister, thank you for the support tonight in the super chats. Really appreciate that. Now, with the time that we have before you cut off too, I don't know what's happening tonight. Speak, render your voice tonight.
No, okay. I wanted to say we met a long time ago on Rev. I forgot what he called himself, but it was on Haps. And when he changed his venue about not, whatever, I just kind of left Haps alone.
Mm-hmm.
But we were talking some real deep stuff about how it is, as far as being blackness.
Yes.
And then all that someone reported him because he was in support of everything we were saying, then bam. So I said, well, you're giving it up. Well, okay. So that's neither here nor there.
Yes.
Well, what I'm saying to you, because I still follow you on Hats, but I'm not on Hats much.
Okay.
If ever. I dipped in today because I caught you here.
Right. But sister, if you want to catch my content more consistently, you're going to catch me over here. And make sure somebody, if one of the mods in the chat room can drop the second channel link, catch me on my second channel as well. My content is more consistent over here. I use Haps in a blue moon. One of the reasons why I haven't been heavily over there, because as you know, Haps is in the beta stage and it has a lot of little problems. And what I do over here, I can't afford to be broadcasting on a system that can do anything junky on me at any given time. Yeah, I can't afford it. Not when I've got people watching me like this. I can't have, I'm having a few problems with the call-ins tonight. That can happen. But overall, I can't afford the other problems that Haps will bring you until they can clean up some of those problems. So I'll do content over there once in a blue moon. But go ahead and continue what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Okay. What I wanted to speak about with Larry Elders, because I know I call him a coon. He's a token coon or whatever. You can put an extra coating on him, because I know what he supports white supremacy. He's one of those, like the master. He loves the master more than he loves himself, his family, and his people. Or well, I guess he has no people. And this is all Republican baited on, because they tried it in New York got rid of him, got rid of Cuomo, crap. And they're like, well, we can gain control soon because this lady's not. She doesn't have what Cuomo has. Okay, let's deal with New York. Newsom, what has Newsom done? Nothing. But let's bring this up. This is a very rich state. Even though it has a lot of poverty in it, it is like a rich country. And it's very wealthy. So all the wealthy states, look at this, are blue. No, I'm not. And so they said, okay, California, let's bring this coon in and talk his way in. And that's what Elder is. I call him Larry Coon. Larry Coon Elders, that's what he is. He'll turn his back on us, stab us, and keep digging that knife. Now, what we need to do is turn that knife around on him. And in his misery, and ours will keep me, and we will be able to move on. But California is a target. That's what I keep telling people. This is a target. This state is filthy rich. And so the Republicans want to grab on that and take whatever they can. So it's not just the black and white thing. Yes, they hate us. They've always hated us. That's why they imprison us. They shoot us down, treat us like we're nothing. Because the fear of us, retribution coming on them from us, is very terrifying. But what I'm saying, when it comes, I mean, you voted no already, I'm sure.
Yeah, I voted absent. I turned my ballot in a long time ago, and I put a fat no. And just like you said, Gavin Newsom has his problems as well. I'm not a big fan of the political scene. However, I recognize that I believe that Larry Elders would do more damage to California because he's a Trojan horse, like you said, sister. He is a Trojan horse for the Republicans who have been beating at the bit to take over California in the politics here. They've been beating at the drums to get their hands on this state again, and they're using a black man, hoping that he will be able to galvanize black people to vote for him because they think that we're stupid, that we only vote for people if they're black, that we don't understand their politics. Right. So they're banking on they're hoping that black people will be gullible enough to vote for this buck dancing Sambo. They're hoping that we'll be gullible enough to buy into him and then I got to be honest with you, let the white Republicans use him to push their narratives through his governorship and to further get back control of California in the way that they want, because you're right, we've got money and resources and they want control. And this is coming out of the Donald Trump, or what I call the Code 45 playbook, because let me let you know something, sister. Larry Elder is a big fan of Donald Trump. Oh, he is a fanboy. He is an F-boy. He is a fanboy. And he's getting money from the Trump supporters, the Trump powers that be, and he's also getting dark money. You know, politics is a dirty game.
Yes, I know.
But you know this as well as I know this. Gavin Newsom has problems. But I would rather keep him in office with all of his problems than to have Larry Elder. Now, let me ask you this question. Hopefully you heard this tonight that I said. Are you familiar with the Assembly Bill 3121 in California? That's a reparations bill. Okay.
Yes.
And you know.
I don't live in California, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And you do understand, you do realize, as much as I hope other people listening right now, you do understand Larry Elder's position as it relates to reparations. They let this Negro speak on camera and speak online with black Democrats, the do nothing black caucus, as I call them, and let him.
Black caucuses are a waste of life.
They allowed him to talk, sister. They allowed him to talk and talk about what black people have achieved. Black people are he said this, and it's true. He said black people are doers. That's true. But he's saying because, this is what he said, because we had Barack Obama and we've had certain black people that were the first here and first there, it shows that we don't need reparations. It shows that America is not racist because they gave us Barack Obama.
Barack Obama didn't cure nothing. He was just a symbol that, yes, it can happen, but he couldn't do anything. He had no power. That's just
right.
me. Barack Obama had no power. He was just a tool for them.
Right.
And, you know, I mean, I love Barack Obama, but I know his hands were tied.
Right. No. You're right about that.
That song to do for everyone, not for his people. So.
No, I agree with that. Now, you know Larry Elder. Now, I basically said it already. You know that Larry Elder's position on reparation is what, sister? In a nutshell, he's what?
He's pro white supremacist.
Right. He's not for the reparations bill. Right. And so
he's against giving anything to the deserving. I'll say party, the people that built this country. We are this country.
Right.
We get nothing. That's what he wants.
Right. So what does that mean? That means that if he becomes governor because he already talked against the HR 40 bill, which ain't nothing but a goddamn study, by the way. Now,
yes, it is a study.
So now the bill in California, 3121 Assembly bill, look it up, folks. Gavin Newsom, as governor of California, he's for it. He approved it, and they got a committee. Of course, it's another study. You know, we gotta beat the pavement about that. However, if he gets in office as governor and wins on the 14th, which is coming up, this is why I'm grinding on this.
Yes,
you know,
I get you.
Guess what he's going to do to that bill? He's going to get rid of it. He's going to disband the committee. What do you think, sister?
I think it's going to be devastation for California.
Tell the truth.
Right. Yeah. Oh, and check this out. And I'm just going to keep it real. In California, we do have very high standards when it comes to environmental stuff. Well, there are organizations in California when it comes to corporations building high-rise buildings, they have to follow some of our health codes for our environment. Well, Larry Elder, he doesn't like that. So he's going to disband some of our environmental agencies because, you know, Republicans, a lot of them, I'm generalizing here, of course, they don't believe in climate change. They don't believe in environmental stuff.
No, not since Trump. Not since Trump. Trump took anything that deals with factual, that's science, things like that. It's out the box for them. Republicans are stuck on stupid. So they want people to be dumb. They dummy down on America. America is a dumbass country. I'm sorry I said the ass, but it's true. Dummying down, not saying facts, lies. I mean, all these, what they want to call, whatever, misinformation. They're lies.
Right.
They never tell the truth. They like to lie and want to
tell the truth.
Trump kept saying, just tell it over and over again until they believe it. And it worked on some people. But for those of us with common sense that know how to read and see life for what it is, no. I have my eyes are open. I see this world for what it is. And I am tired. So guess what? When you get tired, you make that change. And it takes everyone to make that change. And I'll be damned if I lie down and watch, because I have children. And my future belongs into them and to theirs, what they produce. And I'll be damned if I let society, this racist society, keep taking us backwards. Period. We're supposed to progress.
Right.
Until we can progress, I mean, nobody can lead us by the nose. Reject all negativity. Reject any oppression. We're supposed to reject it. That's just me. I talk the way I do because I look at life, and I'll be damned if I'm tired of white people. I'm sorry, But here's a white guy. A white guy told me that, and what was his name? Snarky Democrat. He said, no white man, white person, period, will ever do anything for a black man.
Tell the truth.
Right. Let me do this, sister, while you're not to cut you off, but let me give some respect to folks that are in the chat room real quick. We got Joy in the house.
Well, I can go off real quick.
No. But I want, you stay on for 1 minute and then I'll let someone else come on. But I want you to make your last points. Let me just shout out a few people in the chat room because we got Sister Murray who's in the house. We got J-Lo Rich who's in the house. Thank you for being here. Back to the basics. Brother Keith, Rob, A.K. BK's finest. Outside looking inside is in the house. We got the lady 747. Thank you for coming over. And yeah, he's against reparations. We got Barbie, Tina in the house. Thank you for being here. Who else did I miss and not see? We got Art New Style TV. Thank you, brother, for coming over this late night. Gregory Harris, DOD, the real Aaron Collins is in the house. We got Pam is jamming, who came up and talked to me for the moment and clarified a few things, which I appreciate. I'm going to go up in my other chat room and see if I missed anybody. And I just want to say, everybody in the chat room, everybody that's rocking with me tonight, thank you. My channel is growing. I'm seeing people coming over that are digging what I'm doing over here. And all this is going to do is make me continue to make this channel better, up the ante with more content. And I still have that video when I was at a rally in a reparations rally that I was involved in. It was only a small number of us at the Capitol in Sacramento, and I've got raw footage of that, and I got to upload that so you all can see that on a premiere video. I think you're going to definitely be shocked. The police actually stopped us and wanted us to take certain things down. They were asking, do you have a permit? And it was one police officer, and then all of a sudden they all swooped over. It was like one police officer, then another one comes, and another one. I'm like, do you need 3 and 4 and 5 police officers? You had the highway patrol that was around the Capitol. Then you had police on bicycles. I'm like, do they need all these police officers to tell one of the brothers that was a part of our party, you guys got to do this and that? I mean, anything that black people do, we can't do anything. You all heard of it. There was a sister, I think in the New York area, somewhere out there, who was walking her dog, and you had one of these race soldiers mistreat her. That was out there in the news as well. So thank you, everybody, for being here. And sister, let me get back to you so that you can say anything else you want to add, and go right ahead if there's anything you want to add.
No, well, all I can add is I hope in my heart that, because do you not remember, what is that, what was his name? That, gosh, because he's in California. He's either a representative, I don't think he received a package from the Kremlin. And I think that has something to do with what's going on right now. What I'm saying is how they can trick the polls and do what they do. What was his name? You got to follow me, brother. I know you heard of him because I said something about.
Okay, he got a package. Let's take it a step at a time.
He was delivered a package, but and the FBI wanted it because it came from Kremlin. He wouldn't give it up, and they didn't make him give it to him. And he's a California representative.
And he got a package. So he got a package from Russia.
Yes.
And they were trying to make him give up that package.
Yeah, so they could see what's in it. And he wouldn't let them. So he kept that baggage.
Whatever happened to the fact that when it comes to our personal mail, that's supposed to be protected by the federal government, right? And you got to have they have to have some evidence that they think that he's got something dangerous in the package, right?
Yeah, because it came from, but where it came from is why they wanted to. But I know they have to look through stuff. I don't care what goes through the system. And it's not regular mail. It didn't come in regular mail.
Right. Well, yeah, but we got a country that just elected a guy and praised a guy who loved Russia, right? That's Code 45. He loved Russia and praised old Putin. and what have you, even though.
I remember the guy.
Okay, go ahead. Say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, now, I remember that because he's the one. Nunes.
Nunes? Does anybody in the chat know who?
He's in California.
Okay, I've never heard. I'm not sure. The name doesn't ring a bell to me for some reason. Does anybody in the chat room?
Devin Nunes, is he not in California?
I think he is.
Devin
Let me say something. Yeah, you're right. I think he is. We got Art New Style TV. I know he's in Southern California. Art, do you know who she's talking about, brother? I see you in the chat room right now, and I know you're from Southern California, or anybody that's from California in there that knows who she's talking about. You talking about Devin Nunes?
He received a package. This is months ago.
Okay.
And he did not give it up to the FBI so they can look in there or anything. He refused to, and they just let him have it.
All right.
This is just me and my mind is Spotify, so I just go all over everywhere. And I'm thinking this may be the trickery in the election.
Right.
That's just me.
It just doesn't ring a bell to me, but what I can say, and you know what, you're going to have me look into it now to find out exactly what you're talking about completely to refresh my mind. Well, let me say this. Everything about his potential to become governor is an orchestration. Remember this happened in California before. How you think we got Arnold Schwarzenegger? I'll be back. He snuck in through the back door because you had he snuck in through the back door because you had a very wealthy Republican in the state of California businessman who actually made it possible for the recall to be on the ballot, although he didn't get the nomination. And somehow here comes I'll be back. And everybody got caught up into him because he was a celebrity. But what did Arnold Schwarzenegger do when he got in? He did the very things that I'm concerned that this man's going to do right here, which is Larry Elder. He went after the teachers union. He went after the firemen's union. He went after every union in the state of California. And because Republicans, a lot of conservatives, and I'm just keeping it real, a lot of conservatives don't like unions. Why?
No,
because
they don't.
Because unions do what? They do collective bargaining to get you better wages. They don't want you being able to have the ability to negotiate better wages. That's why this big head Negro here is already telling people in California that he doesn't believe in a minimum wage being increased. Yet we live in a state, or I live in a state, that's very expensive to live in. Rent is very high, right? And yet he's running on a ticket right now, sister, where he's saying that Gavin Newsom should be out of office because of the homeless problem, which we've always had, and because of the housing costs. Well, fool, if you're going to complain about the housing costs in California, one of the things you got to do is you got to give people a livable wage to keep up with the expenses. The expenses of living is going the expenses of living is going up, but wages are stagnant. You can't talk about how, well, Gavin Newsom hasn't done anything about the housing issues, about being expensive, if you as governor is talking about you don't want people to have wages increased that work in minimum wage jobs. And if you're not a person that's for unions, because I'm going to tell you, he's going to go after the unions just like Schwarzenegger did. And that's going to be a serious problem. Schwarzenegger, I hate Schwarzenegger. I'll never watch a movie that he's in. You know why? Because when I was in my job capacity, he took money out of my pocket. He was going after the unions and getting ready to say he was going to give state workers and federal workers pink slips if they didn't pass the budget that he wanted, which was going to undercut us all. This is what your I will be back. This is what your I'm a good Republican because I'm married to a woman who was part of the Kennedy family bullshit. And so here we got the Negro Larry Elder. And I don't care. See, everybody that's black ain't your kinfolk. Everybody that's your skin folk ain't your damn kinfolk. Everybody that's your kinfolk ain't your damn skin folk. However the saying goes, right? And just because he's black, because I know there's somebody out there that's going to say, oh, why are you hating on a black man? He ain't no black man to me. As far as I'm concerned, there is no black man on the Supreme Court. Clarence Thomas is not a black man. He don't think black. He don't act black. He's against us. He's always been against us. And Larry Elders is the same book.
Take you back for a minute.
Right.
You say he don't act black. How does a black person act? Now, Because
Well,
growing up,
what I mean by that is,
people used to tell me I speak a certain way, I this and that, I look a certain way. No, there's no such thing as acting black.
well, I think what I mean by that, sister. Yeah, let me correct my language then. I guess in my rhetoric here, what I was trying to say is about acting is that what I'm really trying to say is that when I look at Larry Elder's, all of his talking points, this is why they're calling him a white supremacist in blackface. All of his talking points, the way he moves, the way he talks, the way he acts, if you were to close your eyes and not know what his race is, when you hear him talk the way he talks in terms of politics and how he look and how he always hates on black people, you would think that he was not a black man, because most of his venom when he had the radio show in Los Angeles that he has, everything is about what's wrong with black people. Black people this, black people that. That's all he does. And what I know about people like Larry Elders is that they get book deals. They get all types of money and set asides for them by white Republicans when they give these talking points, especially when they're talking about what's wrong with black people. So that's really what I mean. Maybe I can clean that up and just say that the way he talks, his ideology and thinking, it doesn't appear to be in our favor as a people. It seems to be him serving another God or someone else who is in our detriment, who's against us as well. He's a Stephen.
He's what I call a house Negro.
Right.
That's what Malcolm X said, if you don't recall. Remember?
Yeah, I quoted that tonight. I did a little quote that Malcolm X talked about, that there's two types of Negroes, two types of black people. There's those that are in the house and those that are in the field Negroes. When the master got sick, the field Negro wished for the master to die. When the big house was on fire, the field Negro wanted that house to burn up, and he wanted stronger winds to blow that house up. When master got sick, the house Negro said, "What's wrong, boss? We sick." He prayed for the master not to be sick and to get well. And when the master's house was on fire, he prayed for rain, while the field Negro prayed for the house to burn down. Right.
That's
right. The field Negroes would say, that's where we can escape for freedom from out of this bondage, where the house Negro would say, master, this is where they went. They went that way. Larry Elder, if he was living back in those days, he would be the type of Negro, like the movie Django Unchained and Stephen, played by Samuel Jackson. Yeah. Larry Elder would be the type of Negro that if me and you, sister, will try to escape from the plantation, he would say, master, there they go. They went it that way, master. They went that way. If a man went that way and she went that way with him, and I can tell you where the Underground Railroad is, master, we're going to get them back. And guess what the master would say? The mayonnaise man would say to us, to that Larry Elder back in those days. He would say, good boy, Toby. Good boy, Toby. Now, here's some hot water cornbread for you, Toby. You did a good thing today, boy. Now, go on back in there and finish shining my shoes, Toby. Larry Elder, go back and shine those shoes. What do you think about that, sister?
I think that's exactly right. You got it right on. He is the, what do you call it? Candace O. He's just the male version of her. She's
right.
a coon too.
Right.
She's a house Negro herself.
And
to me, people like that, yeah, you're right. They are dangerous because they are dangerous to the black community, period. And they need to just be gone. Just if I did in my power. If you didn't love yourself enough to love your people, love who you are, love what God made you to be, because black is beautiful in every aspect.
Right. Let me just say this. Sister. I don't think there's anything wrong with critiquing our people in terms of the bull crap that some of us engage ourselves in. I have no problem with that. We should keep each other in check when we're out of pocket. But the thing that's different about elders and those like him is that they take it a little bit too far. They take it too far when you start saying that racism doesn't exist, systematic racism doesn't exist, black women and black men are not being attacked. This is a man, and I'm going to repeat what I said earlier in the show tonight because there's a lot of other people that came in and didn't hear this. Larry Elders was egged by a white woman with a gorilla mask just over this week when he was campaigning, right? And he's upset because he's saying, why is it that we don't have any of these left-wing news outlets? Why are they not saying that this is racism? Why are they not speaking about what happened to me, right? This is the same Negro who tells black people to stop complaining about racism, that it ain't happening to us, that it ain't real, that to pull up your pants and your bootstraps and do what I did, be respectable, use respectability politics and you'll make it. And now he experienced potentially some racism, being egged by a white woman with a gorilla mask who showed some racism towards him. And now that he experienced some racism, now he wants to cry wolf and say, wait a minute, I've been a victim of racism and y'all people on the left, y'all don't want to say nothing about it. Wait a minute, Negro, you're the one that said that we as a people should stop being what? Victims. Stop having a victim mentality, right? What do you say to that, my dear sister?
Double standards don't work, and you can't say that I was offended, I was attacked because of the color of my skin, and turn around and say racism doesn't exist. He can't have it both ways. And he says this too, so that's what's crazy about it. He has said this. He says that the cops are not really messing with us. Yet this Negro, as I put up his picture again up here next to me, this is a Negro who says that he's been stopped about 75 times or such, but yet he wants to still say that the police are really not targeting us. And that's why I had this picture up earlier in the show, because he has the afro when he was a much younger man. And when you look at him, you say, wow, that's a soul brother number one. No, don't get caught up in how people look. Don't get caught up in afros, red, black, and green wear, African scarves. Just because a black person's got locks in their hair and they got that Afro-Central look or a black power look, they could be one of the biggest coons and buck dancers and sambos in the business. And that's just the truth. What do you have to say, sister? Go ahead. Well, okay, today is what, the 12th?
Right. Yeah. I'm burning the midnight oil with this show. This might be the longest show I've done in history, but go ahead.
For a minute. I don't know when to catch you, but I finally caught you tonight, because I don't know. Do you have a set time to come on? I don't know. Yeah, check this out, sister. I usually go live, and we got my man Glasses Kingdom in the house. Peace to you, good brother. Peace to you. Let me give you a clap. I'll tell you right now, sister, when I go on. Peace to you. Peace to you. All right, Glasses Kingdom. Candace Cheeks is in the house. Cassandra Cheeks is in the house. If there's anybody that came in and I didn't say what's up to you, I apologize. I've been so into the conversation of what this sister's been saying. Thank you all for coming in. You can catch me on Sundays. Sometimes I'm in the West Coast, so sometimes I go live around 1:30, 2 o'clock on Sundays. Sometimes I go live on Saturdays. On the first channel, I mainly go live on the weekends. And then on my second channel, the Information Man Speaks podcast, I usually go live either Mondays, every other day, because on that channel, I do like 1 hour. I try to get it close to 1 hour or podcast where I just go into rapid issues, where I talk about rapid issues that are happening. And I consolidate it to just that one issue and keep it focused on that issue and keep the show a little bit shorter. That's what I do on that second channel. Keep this one long because
that
day is very soon.
Right. I did this long because I did another video about Larry Elders on my second channel, but I did this long because one, it's the weekend. I can catch more people. Two, the election, as you said, the recall election is coming up very soon. And I'm trying to get the word out because I know that there are some people out there, young people, young black people who don't know his history that well. And they see a black man, they say, wow, let's vote for him. We never had a black governor. Well, we had Tom Bradley back in the day who ran for governor, who was mayor of Los Angeles. And since then, we've never had a black governor, whether it be female or male. Guess what? I would like to see one. But this is not the buck dancing cornbread man that I want. Go ahead, sister. You take the floor. Go ahead.
He's not the one. He's the enemy. Just because your skin says you think that means welcome. No, that means, hey, caution.
Right.
I caution. I mean, because you look like me, don't mean you nothing like what you don't have the same values. You don't. You on the other side. So I mean, kick rocks. No, you got to go. That's how I look.
Right. You got to go. Yeah. You got to kick rocks and you got to go. And I'm so glad that you must have either your phone or your computer's working well, because you haven't been cut off at all in this conversation.
It's a great iPad.
You must have a good iPad that's working wonderfully.
I think you saw me, and I said, "Oh my God, I look crazy."
No, to be honest with you, I could tell that someone was on, but I did not get a look at you. So don't. It's okay. It's okay. The good thing is that everybody can hear you, so it's like a radio show, or it's like a real phone call. If this is working fine. I'm gonna be doing this a lot more, where I can drop that link and have people come up. But some people are going to drop off based on if their Wi-Fi is not working well, if their phone's not working well, or if you're on a computer or what you're on a tablet, it might work a lot better. And sometimes, and
have Xfinity.
Right.
I have Xfinity.
Right.
Everything works here.
Mm-hmm. Because see, what I use when I'm just giving everybody a tip out there that's a content creator. If you are a content creator and you like to broadcast on any kind of platform that you use, you need to put a hard line into your computer. Stream. This is the recommendation. You really don't want to stream on Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi has too much fluctuations. That's why you'll have buffering in your stream. You'll have all these weird fluctuations. You want an Ethers cord, direct line into your computer. If you can get cord and run it, I'm running it into my computer, and that's why most of my streams don't tend to have a lot of visual problems with buffering and all of that, because I'm getting a straight connection. Wi-Fi will do that. So when I get people who call in like this and they're on a phone or something like that and they got Wi-Fi, it will cause fluctuations and problems. Sometime it depends on what's going on where you are. This is what I'm going to do, sister. I'm going to go on a limb here. It's about 109. It's about 109 in California, where I'm at right now. I usually stay up about 2 o'clock. I usually stay up to about 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturdays anyway, if I'm not watching a movie or something on Netflix, something like that. Let me do this. I want you to say whatever else is on your mind around this issue, and hopefully you'll catch me more often than not. You'll probably see me on Haps every blue moon. Maybe I'm gonna tell you right now, I rock with brother Shannon over there, Freeman's TV. I like that brother. He keeps it 100% real at all times. But you'll catch me over there every blue moon. Go ahead.
Haps. I was on Revolution, whatever he called himself back then. But his platform changed, so I just let him go.
I know who you're talking about. I know you're talking about Revolution. Mm-hmm. I know.
Yeah. And Twitter just blanked me out recently, suspended me again. I said, okay, screw you too. So, because I'm too honest.
Yeah, but see, check this out, sister. They suspend you and me right away from any of these social medias, right? But they let Colt 45 spit all his lies for his whole presidency. His whole 4 years, he got to run whatever game he wanted. And then when it came close to his re-election, all of a sudden, because of what happened with the January 6th and then during the election, then they wanted to suspend him and take him off of social media. But prior to that, they let that man and his minions run all over social media. They let it all. They knew about They knew about Pollard.
I never got suspended cursing him out.
Right.
No, I didn't.
Right. But they knew it.
People I did. Yeah, I cursed out. I can't even remember. But I know who this time got me, because I went off. Oh, what was this? McCarthy. Oh, I said some things about him, but it was all true. And I wasn't going to block or try to make it so that and I wasn't going to take it away. I said it. I'm tired of McCarthy.
They want to censor what we have to say. They want to censor what we have to say. They want to manipulate what we have to say. They don't want to speak in our mind, but they'll let certain other people speak their mind and speak garbage and lies for a long time. And then to save face, then they'll suspend them. You know, it's complete hypocrisy. But sister, this is what I'm going to go ahead. This
nobody.
Okay.
So why can't I say I disagree with this and this is who I think you are? Why can't I do that?
Well, first of all, I want to correct you. You are somebody. Never say that you're nobody. You are somebody. Everybody in that chat room, somebody. Everybody's somebody. That's just what I'm saying to you, sister. Whether you like it or not, you are somebody, and don't marginalize yourself, underestimate yourself, undervalue yourself. You are somebody.
I didn't mean it that way.
Oh,
I'm just saying, I suspend someone for speaking their mind, and I'm not one of the upper crust that when they speak will listen.
Right.
Why?
Yeah. Let me do this. We got my man AC Star Talk Radio in the chat right now. Peace to you, brother. Let me do this, sister. I'm going to drop you down. I'm going to go on a limb here because I'm playing the midnight oil here, or I'm going over. I'm in overdrive here. I'll keep going until YouTube drops me off of here. I don't know. Until they say, hey, you've been on too long. Now you got to go. Let me drop another one of these links in the chat room and get another call up here and see who else wants to come up and render their thoughts about this issue. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you too.
All right. Take care of yourself. We'll hopefully talk soon
you.
again. All right. Hope to talk to you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me give her a clap for coming up and rendering her thoughts. Let's play a little bit of music while I get another link in the chat room, and here we go. Late night with Information Man Show, baby.
I'm chasing a bag, I'm racing the clock. Look at him block, watching him flop. Used to see this on my sleep when I ain't had put my thoughts in the car. I really was lost. Now I'm public with the soundscapes. Floss, I'm really pulling strings for the pound cake. I see you went for a puppet in the clown face for a little wage. The talk of the town is late. Still me, I never switched sides. Came a long way with the gas tank running on fumes. Wonder why you full on the envy. When it's all love, when I fall through with the young bulls getting niggas a kidney, but you ain't mob, you a op. Must be lost in the sauce. Then here for the arf and the jump start. Wanted this is small, pack the lunchbox. Kool-Aid jammers, and I'm still throwing tantrum. I'm set to roam around the planet where they know the songs and they chant them. The vision turned into fruition. I'm really liking how it's panning. They call me collector, you thought I planned it. Bit crazy, then it fell into place. Now everything's stable. I'm all in on the table. You selling that fable, we know that it's made up. We know what you made of. I do better offline, yeah. I've been calling to a God. I'm in tune with signs. I'm just trying to let go. I'm just trying to be me. I ain't trying to do Moon landed with the elevation. Arm strong with the levitation. My third eye needed calibration. I was heat rock when I notated. I've been going crazy. Stone face when I kill beat. Even no trace on location. Premeditated. Ayy, can't even be still for like more than a minute. The way that they play out, I don't want to miss out on no part of this shit. Feel like I'm deep in the plot of a flick. And I'm the star of this. And I've been playing my part since back when we started this. Feeling charged, got a little coin on me, and I sauce with the nits. I'm a boss, I'm a prick. With the code showed up in the bro dojo in the fourth quarter, no assist. And the form's hella crisp. I'm the calm in the storm. I took my own struggle when I flipped it. And the hustle been legitimate. It's so many blessings, I might be allergic. How I move, they treating the sound like I'm stirring. I'm working the pot till it's firm. I serve like Serena, do it the cleanest. You not on my wave, you can't handle the current. Nah, that's just a teaser, yeah. I'ma be me.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
I've been calling to a God. I'm in tune with the signs. I'm just trying to let go. I'm just trying to be me. I'm just trying to do fine.
All right. Who do we have coming up now? All right. Late night with the Information Man Show. Late morning, early morning. All right. Okay. Who do we have in? Is this Nollywood Jr. guy? Nollywood Jr. Are you on the platform with me, brother? Say something, brother. I see you. Are you in here? Okay. Let me put another. We got J-Lo Rich in the house. We've got Keith is in the house rocking with us. Everybody's rocking late night or early morning for some of you. Late night is early morning for all of us, really. Golly. I'm definitely not going to be live streaming tomorrow. I'm going to lay on my butt all day on Sunday after this. Woo. And by the way, I'm supposed to bring on the Empire Esquire TV to get into the legal issues around African Bambaataa. I gotta send her another email tomorrow or today, because I may need to postpone that interview with her for maybe next weekend if I don't do it on Monday, just to let you all know that right now. But I want to try for Monday, but if it doesn't happen Monday, we're going to have to push it for the following weekend so that I can have a really comprehensive show with her so she can really break things down. I don't want to rush it. Trying to work with her time here. But let me put the link in the chat if anybody wants to come on up out and talk to me about this issue. We probably have said everything that we can say about this issue. I probably have exhausted all that can be said about this particular individual. But I really I want to thank everybody in the chat room who's rocking with me. Let me go into my other scope here. And let me put some names on the board. And there we have it. We have Joy saying, Information Man, this is live. Thank you, sister. Thank you for that. Let me give you a clap. And so what I'm going to do so that I don't miss people as often is I'm going to look in my system here and over here. We got Back to the Basics. Joy, J-Lo Rich in the house. Keith is over there. Outside, looking inside has seemed to be a fixture in the chat room tonight. Thank you for being here. And then we got Lady Leg 75 has been rocking with us as well and seems to love the music. And then we got Natural. I got a lot of respect for you because you're in Chi-Town. You're in Chicago. Let me show your town right now, folks. Let me do something real quick. I want to show her town. Let's show a little a picture of one of the greatest cities on this planet, which is Chicago. Let me see if I got that in here. God, I hope I do. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, there it is. Boom, ladies and gentlemen, Chi-Town. Bam. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. There it is. As you can see on the screen, in the place to be. Chicago, baby.
Tell the truth.
Yeah. Hope y'all like this beat right here. You listen to the Information Man Show. Late night with the Information Man Show. Late night, Chicago, Chi-Town, one of the top cities in this town, in the state, in the world. Chi-Town, yeah. One of the best cities on the planet, ladies and gentlemen. Chi-Town. Yeah. One of the best cities in the world. Woo! One of the best cities in the world, baby. Okay, how many hours did you get it? One of the best cities in town. Woo. Yeah. Right. Tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Woo, late night. Bam. Ooh, hit. All right. Everybody. Woo. All right, let me stop it right there. All right. We got my man, Rob, a.k.a. BK's Finest. Greg Harris is in the house. Natural, as I said before, she's out of Chi-Town. We got Barbie Girl Tina in the house, who super chatted me earlier. We got the real Aaron Collins in the house. We got Joy. We got J-Lo Rich in the house. We got, who else in the house? I know some people have come in and some people have gone because people got to get rest and sleep and all that good stuff. We got Lady Leg 75 in the house, kicking it with us. We've had a good turnout tonight. People have come in. People have gone out. Not bad for a Saturday night across the country. We got a Lady 747 that's been rocking with us as well, that was here. And I think what I'm going to do, we got my man AC who came in the house. We had, let me see. We had Candace Cheeks. We had Sister Cheeks that came in, and she said, Twitter cut me off too. And let me see. Yeah, Twitter does that kind of stuff, sister. We got back to the basics and just everybody that came in. I want to just say peace to you. Let me go over here and look into my other system here. Okay, let me see. We got, let me see what Greg Harris is saying. He says they worked for BAM Zulu Nation. Right. And then we got, they worked for BAM. Let me see. Lady 747, Chicago is on fire. She says it's a hot town. Yeah. You know, I do wish that some of the violence that's happening in Chicago, I wish a lot of that would go away. If I had a genie in a bottle and I could make a wish, I would definitely make a wish that some of the violence in Chicago, what's happening, would just be gone and people could live and there won't be violence. We live in a violent world. Things happen. I just wish these things wouldn't happen. Too many children are getting hit with stray bullets. Just too many lives being lost in the shuffle. And that's the one part that does bother me in the scenario when it comes to Chicago and some of the things that's happening in Chicago. And I got to be honest with you, Natural, you guys have a terrible mayor. Lightfoot is horrible. She's been abysmal. But also what I want to get into, and I'm going to do commentary on this, is the fact that Joe Biden is going out of his way to put Ron Emanuel and make him an ambassador to Japan after he closed many schools in Chicago. You know this, Natural. And after he was a do-nothing mayor in Chicago, and he covered up the Quan McDonald incident where they shot that young man in the streets of Chicago. He was unarmed. And Ron Emanuel kept it a secret because it was a campaign year for him. And then you got Joe Biden talking about he's going to do something for justice and for the prison situation and all this stuff like that. And he turns around and wants to give Ron Emanuel an ambassadorship. I know right now in Chicago on WVON in Chicago, I know your radio channels out there, Sister Natural. I listen to it. The people are furious about the idea of Joe Biden trying to put Ron Emanuel in that. They're calling it right now in Chicago a betrayal of black people by the Biden administration, straight from Biden himself. And that's the truth.
Tell the truth.
Now we've got Fabulous over in 50 is coming to the house. We've got over 50 and Fabulous who's just come in this early morning to see what's going on. Peace to you, sister. And then who else we have here? We got Pro U Service LTD says, Keith Winston, can you drop the link to your channel? Yeah, hey, Keith, if you got a channel, man, in fact, you should have told me you had a channel, brother. I didn't know you had a channel. Hell, I need to have that link my damn self. We got Bernadette Ramos who came in, and God, she was on with me a minute ago. She was on with me and had very powerful things to say. Love what she had to say. Now we got Brenda Johnson, who's been following me since day one as well. Brenda Johnson, she's from the UK. She's a sister that's a veteran of the military in America, so she's American, but she lives in the UK now. And she's saying, hey, Info, peace to you, sister. I'm glad to see you over here tonight. Gregory Harris. We got B. Buckner in the house. We got outside and looking inside. I'm looking at all my computers and everything to try to make sure I catch everybody that's here. Good to see you, sister. Good to see you coming in. Peace to you. We got natural again. Let me see here what the sister's saying right here. Okay, Devin Nuns received an intel package. Check it out. She was talking about Devin Nuns received an intel package, and they didn't want that brother to get that package. They wanted to see what was in that brother's package. Okay. Keith, brother, if you got a channel, man, why you been holding out on me? I could be promoting your channel, brother. What's going on with that? I'm still in Rockland with the big brother. Okay. I know where Rockland is. I've been to Rockland. Okay, the crew, 1, 2, 3. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go back into the chat here. We got Justin Booker, who's just come in the house. She should be getting her party in line. Yeah, I agree with that, Justin Booker. Let me see. We got Lady 707. We got Gregory Harris saying a lady. Oh, hell yes. And Nunez is pronounced Nunez. Interesting. We got Pro Service in the house. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you. Make sure you share the video tonight in all your social media. Share it in your community tab if you are a content creator. I appreciate everybody for coming over and rocking with me this evening. I'm going to have to, at some point, call it quits right now. I don't think anybody else is coming up to have a conversation with me. I'll throw the link in there one more time and see if I get any takers to that link. And if I don't get any takers to the link, it's okay. I'm going to end the stream in a minute. I'm going to wait and see if I get any takers to the link. If nobody calls in, then I'm going to end the broadcast and call it a successful broadcast. And then what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to lay on my behind. I need to rest. I'm going to eat, enjoy my time off, relax. I'm going to watch the YouTube streams tomorrow and see who's streaming, who's out there, and support their channels. But I'm taking a break. I'm not streaming tomorrow at all. But there's a chance that I might be on Monday. There's a chance that I might be talking to Sister Empire Esquire TV, either doing a live stream with her Monday, or I may decide to just talk to her and maybe move it to next weekend. And maybe I'll do something on my podcasting channel Monday. I might produce a pre-produced video, do a premiere video, do something for you on that platform as well. So everybody, tonight I want to give you a clap, as I have had a great time tonight with you all. Channel is growing. More people are discovering the channel because as new people come aboard, they tell people about the channel, which is fantastic. And once again, what I have to do, because the channel is growing, is it now challenges me to figure out how I can improve the channel, how I can continue to push the envelope, bring you great content, improve the look of the channel, the style and the graphics and the whole 9 yard, and continue pushing good music on the channel, give you the whole complete package over here. The look. Matter of fact, my camera, I'm using a camera here. It's a pretty damn good camera, but I'm going to be upping the camera look as well. That's going to improve even more with time. It's up to me to now figure out how I can give more content, more relevant content that you can use. And that's why I want to bring people on the platform that I interview that give you value for your time and energy watching. Let me say something today, because I interviewed a young brother, Red Sings the Blues. To everyone watching, keep this in mind. I go by the name Information Man Show because I'm going to bring you different topics. Some topics will be more polarizing. Well, I'll get hundreds of people in here. Some topics will be topics that won't bring a lot of people. They bring only people that care about the topic. Some topics I talk about may not be your cup of tea. You may say, I'm not feeling this interview that he's doing with this person because I'm not feeling that person. That's okay. I'm going to bring you interviews with people that you're going to love to hear from, people that you're going to say, I'm with that. And I'm going to bring you topics that you're going to say, well, doesn't speak to me. You're going to get different topics, different subject matters. So just be prepared for that. You know, I might be talking about Umar Johnson like I did. I might be talking about somebody else, or I might be talking about something positive. I might be doing a show on health and eating foods that will activate your melanin. And I plan to do that show. I could be doing a show on men's health, the food that we need to be eating to keep our melanin strong and our male hormones working. And I've done such a video like that a long time ago. It's on the channel. So I'm going to do that kind of thing. I'm going to do health. I'm going to do nutrition. I'm going to do programs where maybe I bring some brothers on and some sisters and have a panel discussion. One of the things you might notice about my channel is that I used to have what we call a panel channel. I've gotten away from being a panel channel. I don't want to be known as a panel channel. So when I do panels, I want to bring intelligent people on the panels like yourself in the chat room and those listening to have real adult conversation about real issues. But for the most part, I don't have a panel-driven channel. For those of you who do that kind of content, it is good, but you've got to learn how to present a program to people where it's just you presenting a content and giving people real content that they can take away from. So work on those type of skills, work on your channels, build your channel up. Panels are good. Panels can be good, but panels can also be negative because that's where a lot of arguments, a lot of hate, a lot of jealousy comes from, and a lot of the doxing comes from on the YouTube streets is these panel type content. I get on every blue moon. I'll get on a panel and talk to people on their channels and get into discussions. And every now, but I don't do it as much as I did in the past. So if you're wondering, wow, why does Infoman never have a show? Why does he never go live where he just has a bunch of people on a panel talking? Because that, to me, that ain't real. That's not real. That's not what my channels build on anymore. See, when you're a content creator, you got to grow. You want to grow and start to get more into creating your content that you can stand on. Too often people like to put people on panels so that they can stand on what other people are saying. I'm gonna stand on I can stand on my own 2 feet with my channel and put my content out. But then I can still drop a link and bring brothers and sisters on the channel by using StreamYards and have 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, whatever, and we can have intelligent conversation. And I want to do that. But it just won't be something that I'm going to do like every time I go live. It'll be another added component to what the channel does. Sometimes I'll upload pre-produced videos. Sometimes I'll go live like this. Sometimes I may have a panel every blue moon. Sometimes you'll see me interviewing people, things of that nature. So on here, you're going to get hit with different types of content and different styles of content that will still be relevant for some people following the channel. So nobody took to the link that I put in there. That means that people are tired. People are going to sleep. We got about 51 people at this time of the morning. That's pretty good because I've been on. We had 80, maybe more than that at one point in time for this late night. And I think that's pretty damn good. So I want to thank you all out there for rocking with me and listening to my rhetoric tonight. But let me go back into the chat and say what's up to people. Let's see. So we got Information Man is Power. Salute to you, brother. Thank you. Put your thoughts on the screen here. Thank you, brother Gregory Harris. Let's see. We got Sister Brenda Johnson says this. Information Man Show, I need to find out when you are going live so I can set up my alarm clock. I usually go live on Sundays between 1:30 and 2:30 Western time. So I don't know what that is for you in the UK. Then every now and then I may give you a surprise show on Saturday. On my podcasting channel, I go live over there Mondays, sometimes Tuesday, Wednesdays. It fluctuates. And I go live usually at night. You probably will catch me on my second channel more than my first channel because I tend to go live over there more at night. But I've been doing night shows on the first channel lately. So thank you for asking that question. Let me say good night and love to Outside Looking Inside. Thank you, sister. She says, Justin Booker, they are actors. Thank you. Let me say good night and peace and love. Yeah, he had a good conversation, Keith. Let me say peace and love to brother Keith, who came in. Peace and love to brother Greg Harris. Peace and love to sister 70 A Lady 747. She says, great job, information man. Thank you, my sister. Let me say good night and love to Sister Joy, who says, information man, you deserve a break. You put it down, brother. Thank you. I'm going to lay on my butt tomorrow and I'm going to eat and enjoy myself. Have a little, little drink, little tea, little water. Have me something healthy to eat and drink. And let me see who else I can put up here. Thank you for that. We got Lady Leg 75. And Lady Leg 75, I know her from Brother Sanchez, and I got to get Brother Sanchez back on the platform as well. He's going to blow your mind. Information Man Show, please look into my missing super chat. The money was deducted from my account. I just want to make sure you received it. Oh, you're missing super chat. You mean tonight did I miss it? Wait a minute. Okay, I have a way that I can look into it. When I go into my the YouTube studio, there's a way I can look and see who super chatted me. And I can confirm with you when I go back live. Or I can put it in the community tab and say, hey, Lady Leg 75, I got your super chat. Thank you. So I can put a message in the community tab letting you know in the community tab. So I have a way to check that. And there's a chance that it went through. So I'll let you know. Thank you for letting me know that. Let me see. Let me say good night to Justin Booker, who says the Senate is weird. You don't even know who's a Republican or Democrat. Yeah, it is weird. And I'm going to tell you something. That guy, Joe Manchin is nothing but a Republican operative. But don't get me wrong. Both the Democrats, let me say this again. Both the Democrats in the Republican clan, they both ain't worth a bag of what I would call a bag of McDonald's fries. Okay, let me say good night and love to J-Lo, Rich, and who else here? I got to say good night to, and let me go into the chat room because sometimes that cuts me off. Let me say good night to Barbie girl Tina for coming through tonight. Let me say good night to Natural. Let's say good night to, let me see who else. Is there anybody else I missed? Is there anybody else I missed in there? Let me say good night to. And Brenda Johnson says, get some rest. Yeah, I'm going to get some rest. I thank you for coming out and joining me, Brenda. It's good to see you. It's always good to see you over here. And let me see who else is in the chat room. Natural's in the house from Chicago. Good night to you. And Keith says this, please. He says, peace, love to you, information man, my big brother. My big brother. Damn it, where did that message go? See, look at this. Okay, they're going to mess some time. Peace and love to you, information man, big brother. Keep doing your thing and enjoy the weekend, Johnson. Yeah, you too, Johnson. And I'll see you in in brother Tim Black's channel. Tim Black. I'm a member of Tim Black's channel. Love that brother. I've called in his show many times, ladies and gentlemen. And he's a man that I'm targeting to bring over here to interview him for an exciting show as well. Tim Black. He's the man. He says, also, peace to the chat room. A lot of great people with great conversation. This is a strong community. Yeah, it's a strong community. And what I like about the community that we have over here is that everybody in that chat room, you are somebody, you matter, never marginalize yourself, but everybody speaks their mind. They speak freely. When the trolls come in here, you get rid of them. You don't waste any time getting rid of them because you know I don't tolerate the trolls. But the fact that everybody in that chat room can have a conversation, you might not always agree with each other, but you have the conversation and you show respect to each other. And I really appreciate that. And that's why it's very exciting for me to, like, when I get off of this live tonight, I'm going to be thinking about what's the next thing I can do? What's the next stream what's the next thing I got to do here? Right? So I'm very fired up I got more energy now because I'm seeing that we got new people coming into the channel and becoming a part of this family, and it's really gelling. One of the things over here that you're not going to get is I'm not going to tolerate drama. I don't want people fighting each other. I'm not into doxing people, putting people's personal information out there and all that kind of stuff. I'm not a drama channel. I'm not a drama channel. Don't want drama. Don't need it. This is a channel where we are thinking people. We are people who think with a critical analysis, critical thinking skills, and we examine what's happening in the world around us. And that's what's important. So thank you all again. Let me get out of here. It's been great tonight. And once again, Lady Legs 75, I will check and see if the super chat that you sent me got to me, because what we do know is that YouTube does take 30% of the super chats. They do take 30%, and they do play a lot of games. I do have a Cash App that I use, and what I do over here is I don't put pressure on people and say, you better pay. I don't do that kind of stuff. If people want to Cash App me or super chat me out of the kindness of their heart, I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it.
Thank you for the super chat.
If people don't Cash App me or anything like that, I don't get mad about that, because it's not my job to tell you what to do with your money. I decided to come up with to create a YouTube channel. You didn't ask me. So if people, what I'm basically trying to say is that I'm not one of these guys that expect people to give me their hard-earned money and demand it. I'd rather just people give me something if they want to give me something that's of their own free will. Other than that, I'm not looking at nobody, people who don't super chat or give me any Cash App. I don't look at you any lesser. People got to do what they want to do. I don't put pressure on anybody. I appreciate whatever I get, because you know what happens? It goes back into the show. I put everything that you give me, you can actually see it in the quality of the program that I put on, the look of it, the style, what I present to you. Let's take a vote right now. Do you think so far what I do on this channel that I actually am putting work into what I'm doing with the look of the channel, how I'm operating the channel? Do you think that I'm a guy that appears to look like someone who's taking YouTube serious, who's trying to give you content in a professional manner and give you a professional broadcast look in style? If you think that, let me know in the chat room. You can put a 1. You can write something in the chat room. Let me know. You can email me. I have an email in my about section of my channel. I just want to know if people actually like the way I present my channel and the quality of what I give you. I give you the music. I give you the look that you see right here. I give you the studio look. I give you the mic, the mic sound. I give you the content. I give you numbers. I give you statistics. I give you the conversation. I have people come up and talk. Let me know if you appreciate that, because it lets me know that I'm in the right direction, and it lets me know that I need to continue to push the envelope. See, my whole goal was to make my YouTube channel, my live streams. The reason why you see the things that you see, I want to make my YouTube channel, my live streams, I want it to look like something like it's on television. I want to make it look a professional broadcast. I want to give it that look, that feel, that it's something that you would see on television. That's why I do what I do. And what you do, for those of you that are content creators, build your studio up little at a time. I didn't have a lot of equipment when I started YouTube. I had little to no. I used my phone. Use what you have and build your studio up little at a time. Get the proper mix board. I recommend you get a Rodecaster Pro. That's what I'm using. That's how I'm able to push through a lot of stuff, sound effects, whatever, all the stuff that I do. And then I have other things that I use to push through music and other content. Use what you have and go step at a time and build your channel up to giving your channel a different look. Now, I know there's people out here who don't have to do all of that and they can go live and they got thousands of people watching them, hundreds of people. That's fine for them. It works for them. It works for them. But for me, this is the style of program and the way I want to present my live streams professionally. In my opinion, for me, is how I want to present my program. I've already got people behind the scenes asking to work with me because they want to advertise. I got there was a brother that sent me an email. He's a businessman. He wants me to advertise. He wants to advertise his products on the show. He wants me to run a commercial or something like that. So sometimes you get those kind of offers where people want to promote their clothing on your show, and you just have to see if it's the right fit for what you're doing on your show, if it's the right fit for them. A lot of things that go on behind the scenes. I've talked you all to death tonight. I thank you again. Everybody have a good night. Have a good night. I appreciate you all. Peace to you. Thank you for listening to the rhetoric tonight. This is the Information Man Show, and I'm out. Y'all have a great day. Y'all have a great morning wherever you are in the world. And tomorrow, I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to go live. You might just see me around the YouTube streets in somebody's chat, listening and praising people in the chat room and saying peace to everybody, peace and respect and all that good stuff out there. Everybody out there, have a good night. Peace to you. Let me get on out of here. Take care. Peace. Good night.
Information Man, please make sure to subscribe to his channel. Information is power.
Tell the truth.
Issues, I know I got issues. Hate you, then I miss you again. Selfish, I can be so selfish. Spend more time when meeting your friends. Please forgive my attitude. I want my cake and eat it too. But a little grace would be enough for me to prove that, baby, you're the remedy. You're my mirror, I can finally see, bringing out the best in me. Yeah, I don't want no problems, but I know I got a lot.
slip on the drill. Tempo, tempo. Can you keep up with my tempo? Tempo. Yeah, blowing up C4. I just hit the Mike Jackson on my tiptoes. Oh yeah, I know we go wherever that wind blows.
You are listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
Don't slip on the drill. Don't slip on the Don't slip on the drill. High key, I know. I send all of my rap foes like they my tadpoles. Yeah. Blowing up C4. I just had to go crack now on my Depot. Yeah, that tempo doesn't like free throws. I do not miss no shots. I got the cheat code. That's why I never lose. They can't predict my moves. I'm way too smooth. I just caught a groove. This right here, that jars all the fire in the booth. Had to go right back to it. If you ain't talking about money, please save your breath. Don't bring it up to me. I pull up in that stunt like a 007 James Bond type movie. Hey, don't slip on the trip. No. Don't slip on the trip. Don't slip on the trip. Don't slip on the Tempo. You can put my tempo.
Information is power.
The Information Man Show. The Information Man Show. Yes.
Listening to Information Man. Please make sure to subscribe to his channel.
What's up, RP? Welcome to the channel. Oh, Pam is jamming. Pam's is jamming. Thank you for coming upstairs with me tonight. And RP, welcome to the channel. The Information Man speaks. The Information Man Show, everybody.
Information is power.
Good night, everybody. Peace to you. Thank you.
Information is power.
I've been feeling emotional, thinking about you, babe. What can we focus on? What we should do? Tell me the truth, 'cause I don't wanna see you with somebody else. And I've been feeling lonely in this king-size bed. I'm trying not to worry about the things you say. I ain't got the time, you're always on my mind. Baby, why you playing with my love? I'm trying to be patient with you now. I'll never be sober if you don't pull me closer. Look me in my eyes and tell me how. I'm hypnotized. I'm hypnotized. I feel delusional. Thinking about us, babe. Your body's so beautiful. All I want is your love. Can't get enough. 'Cause I don't wanna see you with somebody else. And I've been feeling lonely in this king-size bed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to read the last of the study of our question for the night before I push the end button for the broadcast. For those of you that are still hanging around, remember I said, do you believe that Larry Elder is right about what he said when he said about white slave owners needing to have reparations? That has to be the question on the table. And we have a whopping 90% of people who have said, hell no, he is not right. He is wrong. We have about 10% of people who says, yes, he's right. I would like to know who in the hell is that 10% that either is part of the channel or either they just came by the channel and put yes and put it to 10%. You've got to be out of your mind. I'm going to say it again. You have to be out of your mind. You would have to be out of your mind to believe in such a thing. When you don't, and it shows that you, whoever that 10% is, it also shows that they need to do more homework about history. Abraham Lincoln, as I had said earlier tonight, has already given such reparations to white slave owners for each slave that they had. That equates to about $10,000 to $12,000 in today's dollars. So someone needs to go back to school or needs to get back in the books and do some research, or at least, or it could just be someone who was trolling. You know how that is on YouTube anyway. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you again for being a part of the program as always. And I've got to get out of here. Take care. Good night, everybody.